right. All right. Now, folks, don't go anywhere. We have got, we're going to be bringing in on the schedule Ash Parrish for some Sonic 2 coming up next. But while we're transitioning, first, like, who the hell am I, right? So for folks just joining, I'm Laine Nooney. I'm the managing editor for ROMchip, a journal of game histories. That's the journal that Kishana was referencing. We are an open access hybrid audience online venue for the publication of game history. So that means a couple different things to us. Foremost, it means that we develop, solicit, edit, and publish work across a range of formats, from traditional academic articles to oral histories to short essays and translations, dealing with everything from video games, board games, analog, cards, sports, and play. Second, we have no paywall, no advertising, no logins, no predatory publishing to be found. You don't have to pay anything to read the scholarship up at ROMchip. And we are what we call hybrid audience, which means that we are trying to imagine a big tent for game history, right? We don't think you should need a PhD to to write for or read ROMchip. We are almost about to break very soon our current tier 1 fundraising goal right here below me of $6,000. We're about 90% of the way there. Now, $6,000, the reason that's our first goal is that just, as Kishana said, it keeps our lights on. That's our basic operating costs. But we don't want to just hit that goal. We want to smash it. We have goals of 8K and 10K, so we can pay more writers, pay more translators, make more game history possible. That is money directly into the pockets of people who will do that. So don't just hover over that donate link. Click, drop us some funds. Any amount that you can contribute helps. And while I'm here, I want to give a couple shout outs. So first to our industry sponsor, Local Number 12, an indie design team that's made the metagame and Dear Reader for Apple Arcade. We also want to thank all of our early donors, folks who donated money in advance of the live stream, who got us the momentum that we had today, so we weren't starting from zero. This includes Kendra Albert, Netta Alexander, Shauna T. Bryant, Nolan Filter, Maxwell Foxman, Curtis Fry, Michael Gurin, Drew H., Carly Kasaric, Matthew McComber, Andrew Malloy, Will Parton, Chris Persaud, Liz Petrick, Yannick Rashat, Kay Savitz, and Spiff Snaps. I'm glad the last one is just a handle. That's really nice. And lastly, I have to give a huge shout out to our technical director, Cody Wilson, and our talent coordinator, Consort. These are the two folks behind the scenes who are doing all of the incredible work, right? Just like making sure all of this looks shiny and amazing. These graphics work. The donation feed is absolutely jacked in. They are so special. They have been really wonderful to work with. I'm so fortunate to work with you both, a kind, thoughtful, generous, and extremely talented team. Huge shout out to your both, and it won't be the last one today. Now, give me a minute here while I cue things up with the boys and figure out what's going on. All right, cool. So we are waiting for our 5 p.m. streamer. So, if this is... sorry, just saw Consort's message in the chat. One of our streamers has gone Carmen Sandiego on us. So we are trying to get a hold of Ash Parrish right now. But the fact that a streamer is late means that don't leave yet. Actually, this means that I'm just gonna play some King's Quest V, right? I'm gonna punish everyone with that experience. So, we're just gonna hold a little space here for good old Roberta Williams while we wait for Ash Parrish to arrive. How's that sound? Does that sound like... Well, it doesn't really matter how it sounds because it's about to happen. All right. Okay. Well, hold on a second to let me get this tech queued up. right. Oh, hold on. This is... Oh, okay. Got it. All right. This took me a minute to figure out. This was all my fault. All right. So... Okay. So there's like an extended... So what we have here is... Right. Is this... All right. Hold on. Let me dump out of this. Do we have audio? Whoa. We are back. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. And also, this is going to be, yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Oh, this looks great. This looks great. Okay. We, thoughts and prayers to Ash. We hope you're okay. And so we're just gonna, this is Laine filler time. So this is actually, I chose this game because for a long time I've actually been doing a stream with my good friend Ramsey Nazar, where we've been playing through a whole bunch of the various Sierra Online games sequentially. For those of you who have sort of like just met me, I originally got my start as a video game historian doing work on Sierra Online, specifically doing a lot of writing about Roberta Williams. So this is King's Quest V. This game was released in 1990. This was a huge jump in terms of kind of technical challenges for Sierra Online. This is the first kind of 256 color game they do. This was the first game ever done under the kind of new production scheme of trying to turn game development more into a cinema-like process rather than kind of what they had been doing before. So this game interestingly starts with a fairly extended cutscene, which was like really, they dumped a ton of money and polish into this. So yeah, let's just say we're gonna watch it and then we'll check our inventory. All right. That's right, Phil. Oh shit, indeed. This is King's Quest is bumper content. Here we are at Castle Daventry. Who is this terrible person? Oh no! All right. So for those of you who don't know, the Castle Daventry is the, monarchical home of King Graham, who is the main character for most of the King's Quest games. And his castle has just, oopsies, disappeared. Oopsies. Yep. Are folks hearing game audio, can I ask? So, creative director Bill Davis. This was a new hire. Designed, directed, and produced by Roberta Williams. Ah, shit. No audio? That's a shame because Mark Siebert really outdid himself on this one. Let's see if we can hear it now. All right, thank you. All right. So King Graham is off gathering flowers, I take it. And so a thing to note, every one of these scenes is actually started out as a hand-painted image. So when Bill Davis had come in as art director for Sierra, he had a background in television and film. So he brought industrial, like, audiovisual techniques into the game industry. And so he had everyone painting these scenes, right? Oh, okay. I can't interrupt. This is probably...
What happened to your castle? I saw it all. Yes, I did.
You did? Well then, what happened?
Oh, it was the powerful and...
I know. I'm just letting...
I just happened to... friend.
Yeah.
Goodness, he didn't notice.
I'm trying not to talk too much because Cedric is such a legendarily annoying character in the King's Quest canon.
He conjured up a terrible whirlwind
he
that
is
faster and faster around the castle. With another incantation, Mordak then caused the wind to draw the castle up into the sky and out of sight. Oh, it was something to see, all right.
We needed a full explanation of this for some reason. All right.
Why
but there's some really, like...
Mordak want my
you can see the introduction of different kinds of screen angles happening here, right? These kinds of POV shots were not really possible in a kind of the earlier kind of 16 color era of Sierra's productions, right?
Help you. My employer also happens to be a wizard, which is why I recognized Mordak.
How convenient.
Unlike Mordak, though, my employer is a very old wizard.
You know,
his name is Chris Pinata. but we all call him Crispin for short.
You know, I never
The
thought...
problem is, you see...
This is some Jar Jar Binks level shit happening here. You know, Roberta Williams was not a big one for show don't tell, I think, is what we're witnessing here. The,
Anyway,
Yes.
where was I? Oh, yes. The only
like-
problem is that Crispin is getting on in years and tends to be a bit forgetful.
I don't know. This doesn't sound as if it would work.
You're right, it doesn't, Graham.
Crispin
It doesn't
is a
sound
very
as if it would work.
qualified wizard, one of the best. He just gets a little forgetful now and again.
Who? Did
That's
someone
all.
want to look up who the voice actor
Now,
was
where
for this
is
owl?
it? I
Um,
know I brought it with me. Aha! Here it is.
What is that?
Oh, Cedric's got the bag.
It's my opinion that you don't stand a chance against the likes of Mordak. Oh, excuse me for saying, Your Majesty, but you don't have a choice.
This is
You
awful.
must come with me. I'm sure Crispin can help you.
Okay. Alright. So, I think King Graham is about to get fairy dusted, is what's about to happen. So, if you're just joining us, this is a fundraiser stream for ROMchip, a Journal of Game History. You are correct that I am not Ash Parrish. I am covering for her at the moment in this stream, and so we're going back to my...
You can follow me to the land of Serenia, where Crispin and I live. It's much too far to walk, you know.
Here we go.
Oh, I think the fairy dust is still good.
So we're going back into my game history here with a little Sierra Online adventure.
Come on, up here.
Woo! Woo! Hot mic on Cedric. The animator's having a good time. Oh, it's Richard Aronson? So he was a Sierra employee. That's so shady. So back before Sierra knew that they had to work with the voice actors union, they would often just have Sierra employees like do some of the voiceovers, but that's really... I can't believe I'm getting donations for this. Okay, thank you. I mean, they're beautiful. If you could ever... I've seen these paintings in real life. They're absolutely stunning. They, you know... And they would have been circa 1990 on a computer. This actually would have been a breathtaking scene. It feels very chintzy now, but...
Okay, here I come.
It was really about this idea that we were going to make games that were like movies, right? That we were going to move into this kind of multimedia. It explains this like enormously large cutscene you have to kind of sit through.
Ooh, looks like the fairy dust just wore off.
Cedric, where have you been? I've been calling
Some
for you.
other wizard? Okay.
Well, well, what have we here? A bit clumsy, are you?
Another
Well,
painting.
come on in the house and dry off. No sense sitting around like a wet dog. Cedric, go into the house and pour each of us a nice hot cup of tea.
Oh, aye, aye, Crispin.
How are you gonna do that? You're an owl. Okay. Okay. Alright. So King's Quest was really more fucking exposition. Jesus. Now they have to have tea together.
The Society of Wizards has always taken a dim view
The
of Mordak
Society of
with his
Wizards?
power.
Alright.
Why, he's even been put on suspension a few times. It never
Oh, was
seems
he?
to do any good, though.
So Mordak is a wizard on suspension.
Why would
Apparently he
Mordak want
was
to take my
protesting for
family or
Palestine.
castle? What
Oh,
did
not
we
funny.
ever do
Not
to
funny.
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. Mordak is a very unpredictable wizard.
I'm making
I've
fun of my
never
own school, which has
understood
just
that
interim
evil
suspended
mind.
a number of students who
Oh,
occupied the
perhaps
library.
you could help His Majesty, Crispin. That's why I brought him here.
Well, let me see now. I used to be a very powerful wizard at one time, you know. But I've gotten a little rusty lately.
A little rusty.
That's quite enough from you, Cedric.
Oh, yes, sir, Crispin, sir.
Do you think Roberta Williams actually wrote this?
I don't know what I have that would be of much use to you. Most of my wizard stuff is pretty old and worn out.
Your wizard stuff.
But let's see what I
Okay.
can find.
Great, great. Oh, now we get a slow-mo walk. This is cool. Why is this taking so long for him to get to the trunk? What? Just daylight burning while Crispin gets to the trunk. Incredible.
No, that won't
Incredible.
do.
He is shuffling.
That's all
He
you
is. All right. If you are just joining us,
It might
this
work.
is the
Here,
fundraiser
keep this.
for ROMchip, a journal of game
What
histories.
is that? That's
We
an old piece of
provide
magic
open
that Snake
access
had left over
scholarship
last year.
for,
With it,
you know,
you'll be
academic
able to
and
communicate with the natural
non-academic
animal
audiences. We're trying to create a
Find
big
that
tent around
quite
game
helpful.
history. I am streaming in substitution for Ash Parrish right now, so I am Laine Nooney,
Here's my
and
old
I'm streaming
wand.
King's Quest
I
V,
don't even know if it works
and we are
anymore.
still
Most
sitting
of its
through
power may be gone.
this.
You should know
very
that
long
wands are
cutscene.
like pets. They've got to get to know you before they'll work for you. Just treat it with care and respect, and hopefully it will
I think
do
there was a
something
later
for
version
you.
of this that
You'd better
maybe
get going, my boy. No
showed the
telling
text
what
of the
that
dialogue.
confounded Morlack could
It's
do.
very slow if you
You
can't,
go
like,
with him, Cedric. Show him the
have to
way.
just listen to it.
Yes,
Okay.
you don't be such a coward. Now go on. You'd better get started.
You mean,
Thank you, sir.
started-
I appreciate all you've done for me.
also, who is the voice actor for King Graham? Okay. All right. Do we get to play this game now? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Oh, thank God. Okay. We get to do some stuff. All right.
Oh, I suggest we visit the town first. How about it, Your Majesty?
Please don't call me Your Majesty, Cedric. It's much too formal. I'd like it if you'd just call me Graham.
Oh, I'd be delighted to, Graham. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yes, the town. You might be able to find some supplies there. It's just over a little hill to the south. Not too far.
Well then, let's be on our way, Cedric.
Some supplies, huh? Yeah, I think why people. Okay, so first thing we're gonna lower the volume on this piece. Okay, we're gonna save because I don't want to have to watch any of that again. Intro. Okay. All right, here we are in what is actually a beautifully painted scene, right? This would have been hand painted, scanned in, and so this is, you know, the way they would have done the movement around here is by doing pathing, and I'm going to also pull up the game speed so he walks at a normal speed. Could you imagine what the slow speed would be? What would this be? Oh, whoa. Okay. All right, we're gonna fire this up. All right, let's see what's over here. A well.
small well is located near the cottage.
Okay, well, Roberta Williams loves to put stuff in a well, so let's check out the well.
Curious, Graham gazes down into Crispin's well, but sees nothing of interest.
That's surprising. So in King's Quest 1, you have to climb down the rope and bucket into the well to defeat a dragon. But let's get out of here. Let's see some of what we have to offer in beautiful Serenia.
Graham, watch out! A poisonous snake!
I believe that particular line, "a poisonous snake," is like one of the ones that Sierra fans in particular hate. So let's see here.
A large, venomous snake blocks Graham's passage to the east.
Okay, let's save. You know, like, it's not a Sierra game if there isn't.
A
How close can I get to this guy before he? What? Oh, interesting. So it's just a recurrent audio file when I start to get within a certain distance of him. Okay. Oh, and I only have a
The
wand.
old wand doesn't seem to have any vitality left in it.
Vitality, huh? Because it belongs.
Graham gives the wand a good shake, but it only fizzles and dies.
Okay. How close can I get to you? What? What? Oh.
That wasn't wise, Graham. He who speaks with forked tongue should never be trusted.
Oh. Okay. All right. All right. I just wanted to see if they did like customized death scenes. All right, we're supposed to go to the town, right? And the town is south. Okay, this is the one, also one of the really beautiful screens. This image appears on the back of the box for King's Quest V, I believe. This was one of the. Let's go down here. Let's go look at this beautiful water. What's going on here?
No, Graham,
Oh
no.
shit! Oops! Classic.
Too bad. Graham's swimming skills were no match for the mighty river.
That's a Sierra game for you. All right. Why would you prevent me from walking into the lake? All right. All right. Good. Yeah. Cedric jump scare. All right. Okay. We are 6.5 hours into this stream, and we are still going hard. If you are joining in now, I am Laine Nooney. I am the managing editor for ROMchip, a journal of game histories, and I am here covering for Ash Parrish, who is on schedule. I'm here playing King's Quest V. Absence makes the heart go yonder. Let's look at this cow.
Secure within a small pen, a spotted cow quietly chews her cud.
Ugh. And one thing I want to say is, at the bottom of the screen, you can see that we are so close to getting to our tier 1 goal. So $6,000 is just our tier 1 goal. After that, that covers our base operating expenses. So we're not, we want to hit our tier 1 goal, but really we want to smash our tier 1 goal. So if you have any money to donate, no matter the size, it is.
If you're going into town, I'll just wait for you here.
Oh,
I had a nasty run-in with a big dog once, and I feel much safer out here.
cool, Cedric. That's fine. Why does town sound like this? Anyway, I was trying to explain that any funds raised over 6,000 help us. They will go directly to paying for It's really hard to think with this music in your ear. Paying for translators, commissioning works off of new writers. And so, yeah, this is one of those, like, we have the text, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this screen feel insufferable and like you can't stand to be here. Okay, I think this is.
The town is busy with people going about their daily chores.
Oh my god.
While blocking an alleyway, a frustrated man fixes a broken wheel on his wagon.
Okay, let's save. This feels. Town. This is the worst town on Earth. Okay.
Graham notices an old wooden barrel on the street corner.
Now, my old memory is coming up, and I remember there's something in this barrel.
Inside the barrel, Graham sees an old rotting fish.
That's right, and you know what I want to do? Well, first I want to...
Inside the barrel, Graham sees an old rotting fish.
Okay, this is a nice inset, though, this little barrel. Can I talk to it? No.
Graham leans way down into the barrel and removes, the smelly old fish.
That's a classic Sierra, find a rotting fish. I'm gonna go inside a building just to make that music stop playing.
May I help you, sir?
What is happening? I forgot about
I'm
this.
interested in buying something here.
Ah, let me show you some things.
Why?
A fine piece of cloth. With this material, I could make you beautiful shirts. There isn't a more beautiful piece of fabric to be found anywhere. With this, I could make you the finest trousers you've ever had. Well, What do you think?
Why are we in the market for
Well,
pants right
I'm
now?
just looking. Thanks anyway.
Sure. Whatever you say.
Sure.
I'm just here to help.
Okay. What is up with this man?
The young man is too busy with another customer to be bothered by Graham.
Okay. Oh, look at this conspicuously placed
In the
cape.
corner of the shop, draped casually over a tailor's form, Graham sees a thick, fur-lined cloak.
I don't like this at all.
Ah.
The
Okay.
rude customer doesn't care to talk to Graham.
So this is just a gag. Just this man standing here in his underwear is just like flavor. Okay.
Here, let me help you with that.
Oh.
Oh, that cloak fits you perfectly.
It's a cloak.
Wonderful on you. Let me tell you, it will certainly keep you toasty warm during the coming winter. Let me know if you wish to buy it.
Can I buy it with a fish? How do I?
Not wishing to be put through another speech about fine shirts and trousers, Graham wisely keeps his mouth shut.
Okay. All right. Can I give you a fish? Will you trade
The
me?
tailor wouldn't find that suitable for his business.
Okay.
You expect me to wear this?
This town is so intense. Oh, a cloak and dagger. That's right. All right. Okay. What's? Oh. Guys, did you see that a pixel has appeared on screen? Right over here. Right over here. A pixel.
Graham notices a shiny silver coin lying forgotten on the street near the broken wagon.
Better take it.
Bending down, Graham quickly retrieves the silver coin from the street.
All right. What is? Toys.
A small toy shop.
Okay, I can't. Oh, it's interesting they're putting the hand
Come
on.
in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything.
All right.
The shipment of carving wood hasn't come in yet. What should we do?
If it's not in by tomorrow, I'll send you to the sawmill.
Okay, Papa?
He's so
Papa,
Yeah, my darling.
can I keep this doll? I really like her.
Now, Katrina, you know these toys are for sale for other kinder. Besides, you've got plenty of dolls. You can play with her, but just be careful.
All right, Grandpapa. I'll
So
take care of her.
we have landed in Germany, it appears. Okay.
This is a fine little toy shop you have here. You must be very proud.
Danke, son.
Yeah, that's right.
I've worked very hard at it over the years. But you know... you
Drop a
need to
dollar in
really
honor of
love
King
it.
Graham finding a
Well,
coin
I
on the
do.
street.
Are most of these toys your creations?
Yeah, most of them. But not all. Some my son made, some I bought, some I traded for.
You're very talented.
Danke. Well, let me know if I can help you.
Okay. So what's this over here?
A pet goldfish swims endlessly around in its fishbowl.
All right.
Graham notices a strong little sled hanging on a side.
All right. So at some
A
point,
pretty little girl, who must be the toy maker's granddaughter, plays with a doll while grandfather looks on.
all right, lots of exposition. I'm gonna get out of here. I don't really care about this toy store. Ugh. And I think the last shop is a. Does that say shoe? I think that says shoe. Okay.
Take a look around if you want, but we don't have any shoes to sell you right now. We sold our last finished pair yesterday. Our business ain't doing so good anymore.
Well,
And
you
we're
own a
getting
shoe store in a
old
town
to
of 7
keep
people,
trying.
so.
Is there anything I can do to help?
There ain't nothing you can do short of buying us
You
out.
got more feet,
But
Graham.
like I said, if you want to look around, feel free.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. What if I
This
pet?
old dog doesn't appeal to Graham. Business doesn't seem to be so good for the shoemaker and his wife. There isn't even one pair of shoes for sale, and the old couple look tired and worn out. The old shoemaker, eyes squinted and fingers calloused from years of making shoes, drives tiny nails into a shoe sole with a small copper.
Okay, alright. We're good. So, this is sort of a classic... Actually, in some ways, this is a very efficient Sierra staging, right? So... Ugh, I gotta get out of here. Come on. Okay. Oh good, I was worried Cedric was gonna talk to me. Right, we have the establishment of a set of puzzles in town. Somehow we have to get a children's toy. Somehow we're gonna need that cloak. Somehow we're gonna need that sled. Something is gonna happen with the cobblers, but we don't know what. I'm gonna say let's keep exploring the bountiful land of Serenia. Aha, what is this? This is such an interesting choice to do these, like, close-ups of the signs. It's like they're really trying to front-load or underscore, like, the graphical precision of what they're able to create now. All right, so this is a bakehouse, which I guess is a bakery? That's what we would call that? Okay. Let's save our game. In case I enter this bakery and just get, like, shot. Totally possible.
Oh, I'll wait for you here, Graham.
Cool.
And how is your poor dear mother doing, William?
Oh, she hasn't been doing too well lately. But my brother and I help out whenever we can. Thanks for asking, Amanda.
Austin, keep your fingers out of that pie. The pies look lovely. I think I'll take one.
Yes, they were just made fresh this morning. Here you go.
Yes, this will be a fine dessert for our dinner tonight. Let's go home, Austin.
Oh, what's this crown mean? I haven't seen that yet. Okay. So
here's the last of the pies.
Welcome to our bakehouse, traveler. Of course, all of our wares are wonderful, but today we've got a special on custard pies. Just 1 silver coin each, but take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
Isn't that convenient? What did we find on the ground?
It is but a common silver coin.
It is but a common silver coin. Give us, speaking of common silver coins, ROMchip sure could use some common silver coins. We are a journal of game history. We edit and publish open access game historical scholarship for a wide range of audiences. So academics, curators, archivists, students. Yeah, we've got it all. And
it is but a common silver coin.
ROMchip could certainly use your common silver coins. All right. Can I? Oh no, I have to use the arrow. So the hand is to what? Not clear. Okay. I don't get any response. I guess I'm supposed to buy. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna buy a
Sir,
pie.
I would like to purchase one of your custard pies.
These pies cost 1 silver coin each.
I've got it right here. Here you go.
I hope you enjoy your custard pie.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Great. Well, that sounds like we made a great... Oh my god. That sounds like we made a great trade. I mean, I always love the way that in a King's Quest game, in a way that's very distinct from, I think, all of the other quests, like, King Grant, like, whoever the character is, often just seems, like, fully unpressed about solving the imminent problem, right? It's just like, no, why don't I go around and, like, spend money at various shops and, like, and look at local wares and, like, involve myself in the lives of strangers. Instead of just, like, figuring out how to kill a snake so you can get up the mountain to save your family, right? He wants to get really invested. Let's see if...
doesn't look very friendly at all.
Okay. Cat doesn't want to...
The Baker brothers seem to have a pet. A large, mangy cat.
Okay.
I hope you enjoy your custard pie.
It looks delicious. I'm sure I will.
Okay. Nothing else going on here? What's in this barrel?
The wonderful smells of the bakehouse set Graham's stomach to rumbling and his mouth to watering. Delicious.
Okay. All right. I think we can get out of here. All right. So we've got a pie, a fish, and a wand. Okie dokie. Oh, another house. What is the... Oh, if I lean back, I can read it. Oh, jeez. Okay. The Swarthy Hog Inn is what that says. All right. You save frequently in these games.
Weary travelers can enter through the inn's front door. This is a side entrance of the quaint country inn.
That seems important. Can I go in through the side entrance?
The side door is locked.
Okay, no, I can't.
Ooh, I'll wait for you out here. I don't like that place.
It's really important information we get every time we enter into... All right. What do we got going on here? We got a
dog is just out of Graham's reach.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to get closer to it?
You know that job we pulled yesterday? Where's the rest of the loot, huh? I think one of you guys is holding out on me.
Gentlemen, please excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, so these criminals are just like having a conversation. Oh shit.
Oh, ain't got no more rooms.
Hey boss, this guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him?
Rob him out.
This is...
Struggle as he might, Graham could not escape his bond.
Such bad game design.
Don't worry, Graham. The innkeeper will soon put you out of your misery.
I mean, this is beautiful, right? I mean, so you just can't enter this house until you have the thing that you need, right? You just can't enter this building. Rather than like that interaction could occur once you have the item you need to solve the problem. Instead, just for some mystifying reason, we're just not going to go in there. Okay. All right.
A large haystack dominates the area in front of the barn.
Why is there...
You can see an unbreakable padlock on the barn door.
Okay. Let's see.
Carefully, Graham searches through the haystack, but doesn't see anything of importance. Carefully, Graham searches through the haystack, but doesn't see anything of importance.
At some point, we have to get a needle out of that haystack, but I don't recall how that works. Oh!
Ooh, watch out for the bear, Graham!
Bear. Okay, well, we have a fish. Is that... I heard a ding. That might be a point. Did we get...
Queen Beatrice, kind sir. I wish to thank you ever so much for saving our hive from the claws of that horrible bear.
Okay.
In return, I offer you a luscious honeycomb from our hive.
Why does she sound like Blanche Devereaux?
I promise my bees won't harm you. It may come in handy on your travels.
Okay. Well... Okay.
Graham bends down and picks up the large stick from the ground.
And then I think we get...
Graham reaches a hand into the beehive and retrieves a very sticky chunk of honeycomb.
Which
Wrapping it in a protective piece of cloth, he then pockets it.
I like that little bit of exposition, you know? Just in case he were to just put the honey in his pants, you know, like he did the fish. in case we were worried. All right. Do you want me to see if I can die in this lake? That seems... Will I? Will it be the same thing?
No, Graham, don't.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow, it didn't seem that deep.
Bad. Graham's swimming.
All right. Let's see what's...
There's nothing but a hot, dry desert for the west. Most people avoid it because there are bandits out there. Oh, if you insist on going, I'll wait for you here.
You know, it's so interesting what Cedric's role was imagined to be. You know, like the sort of 4 prior King's Quest games, like his role as this kind of like expository narrator is really interesting, where he's gonna kind of give you information about places, but you know, the earlier games were just like never that concerned about you like not understanding where you are or not being able to like piece together what the narrative structure of all of this is. I will also say, I've said it before, I'll die on this hill. Roberta Williams loves a desert. She loves a desert. Oh.
Well, there you are. I was just starting to get concerned.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
Okay. All right, so we've got a dog.
The dog terrorizes the poor ants as he playfully digs at their large anthill.
Okay, well... Stick, maybe? We've got a stick. Will this...
Here, boy.
Okay, there we go.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm King Anthony the Great. May I ask who you are?
Why, certainly. I'm King Graham.
A meeting of sovereigns.
We're seeking a way to cross the great mountains to the ocean on the other side.
That is a very perilous undertaking. I wish you would reconsider. But if you shall not, in return for rescuing our home from that flea-bitten cur, I wish to offer you our help, if perchance you may ever need it.
Thank you very much, King Anthony. Cedric and I appreciate your kind offer. We look forward to meeting you again.
Game volume up. I must have I turned it down because it's so intense. And they don't have 2 different sliders for like background versus speech. Now, okay, so we've made friends with the king of the ants. And I think, if I recall from my childhood memories of playing this game, really I had to wait for Cedric to land, that I think the ants help us. Will they help us search?
Graham watches with surprise as a contingent of ants marches into the haystack.
I still got it.
To swarm through it.
So the ants will help him search the haystack. What? We are the ants. Something, something. We're coming to help King Graham. I mean, if that doesn't get a donation, what does deserve one? I'm Laine Nooney. I'm the managing editor.
To see that it was the way that we could be of help to you. Look here. We found a golden needle in the haystack. I'd like to present it to you. Perhaps you can find a use for it.
Why, thank you, King Anthony. I'm honored.
Good luck in your travels, King Graham. And be careful.
Seems pretty useful to me. Incredible. As I was saying, I am Laine Nooney. I am the managing editor of ROMchip, and I am playing King's Quest V. This was the, as you would expect, the 5th installment of the King's Quest series by Roberta Williams, released in 1990, and it was notable for its use of 256 color, its expansive kind of use of new levels of sound design. let's see. We have the, what did he just give us? A needle. That's what we're going to save this as. We are fundraising for ROMchip, which is a open access journal of game history. So this is a project where we're creating a big tent where people from all kinds of like research backgrounds, translators, translators, writers, journalists, academics can come together and publish work related to the history of games, both video games, analog games, sports, and play. I have a sneaking suspicion, I'm going back to town, because I have a sneaking suspicion that there is a person who wants this needle. And I bet it is the guy who spends all his time making clothes. It's a hunch.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, boy, may you. You want this?
My golden needle. Where did you find it?
My god, of course!
It was in a haystack by the country inn.
By the inn? Oh, yes. I remember visiting there not long ago. Oh, vulgar man, that innkeeper. He has no scruples at all.
Is he supposed to sound fey? Is that... Do we think that's intentional?
I wonder, could you possibly see fit to give me that wonderful cloak in exchange for it?
The cloak? Well, why not? It's yours. For the price of a golden needle.
Okay. Just living in the anarchist barter economy.
I'm sure it will. Good luck. Au revoir.
All right. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get out of this noisy town.
I don't like this at all.
We understand, sir. Okay, so we have a cloak, which I think is supposed to... I don't know. Why do we have a cloak? All right. Okay. All right, let's see what other trouble we can get into here in this town. While we burn our last few minutes here before our next guest, Patrick LeMieux, is... Oh. Okay. There's a baby. There's a bird taking a bath. There's a sad man. And pretty soon we're going to have Patrick LeMieux joining us. He has put together a little modular synth set based on forest sounds from a wide variety of games. He's going to talk us through that a little as we wrap up this stream here.
What a wonderful bluebird. It could almost make Graham happy again if it wasn't for his family.
We have, is it, I just wasn't expecting like a statement about Graham's mental state, you know, in that response description. Like, bluebird, okay. Patrick is not a sad man, that's very true. And he is going to help.
On log sits a dashing young prince who
He's going to help get this stream back up to firing power. Let's see, a dashing young prince. How about I talk to him and then we'll bring Pat in. See what this man's problem is. I bet I want to solve it.
Excuse me, young man. Sorry to bother you, but I couldn't help but notice you sitting there on that log. I was wondering if there was anything wrong.
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, there is. I've been searching everywhere for my fiancée. She's a beautiful princess with long golden tresses.
A princess of...
fetching blue eyes.
Serenia?
Smooth, creamy skin.
Ew.
Have you seen her anywhere about?
I have, of all the things I've done, I've never referred to a girl's skin as creamy.
That's what I...
That's...
No,
I don't know. Like and subscribe, everybody. Donate if you agree.
Her disappearance.
I'll keep an eye out for her. If I see her, I'll let her know you're looking for her.
All right.
I would appreciate that. Well, I guess I'd better get back to looking for
So you just...
I'm not ever going to find her just sitting around here.
That's true. You won't.
Thanks for your concern.
So we just found... What a thing to end on. That's true. So we just found this man sitting in the woods, upset that he lost his creamy-skinned fiance. And we have to help him find her. I can hear laughing on the green room. I think it's Pat, but Cream Girl, that's what we're gonna end on. Please like and subscribe. Please donate to ROMchip, a journal of game histories. Good Lord. Are we ready to bring Pat in here? Are we ready to bring Pat? All right, one moment. Maybe I have to... Do I need to X out of this? What do you need me to do? Oh, okay. Thank God. All right, let me kill this. Let me quit out of here. No, I hit restart. No, I don't want to do that. Quit. Yes. All right, and I'm going to stop screen sharing now. Woo! All right, I was not expecting to have to live stream King's Quest V for an hour, but it's okay. It's okay. Patrick, so good to see you.
Cream Girl here, checking in. Ready for...
check. Cream Girl.
You found me.
All right. Yeah. Let me get back to my notes here. So I'm not gonna have banter with myself about how that was. That was stressful, and I got kind of sweaty actually. But I did see that we got the stream count up to $5,555.55. Good work, everybody. And I am here to. So let me just do my little spiel, right? So. I'm Laine Nooney. I'm the managing editor for ROMchip, a journal of game histories. We are an open access hybrid audience online venue for the publication of game history. You can check us out at romchip.com. We develop, edit, solicit, and publish work in a range of formats, from traditional academic articles to oral histories and translations. We have no paywall, no advertising, no predatory business model, no logins. Everything on ROMchip is free. And we are a hybrid audience, meaning we're creating a big tent around game history. We think that, game history is for everybody. You shouldn't need like a PhD to have to read or write for a place like ROMchip. As you can see below, we are nearing our $6,000 goal. And I want to be clear that the $6,000 is just tier 1. That's just tier 1, baby. We've got a tier 2 of 8K, a tier 3 of 10K, and all of that extra money will go. 6K just keeps the lights on. That's our operating costs. It's really important to fundraise that money, but the extra steps will help get us to be able to fund translators and journalists and be able to actually commission and pay folks for their work. So that is, that money will directly go to supporting more game history in the world. Okay. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Patrick Lemieux. I had not yet written a bio for you, Pat, because I usually do that during the other streamer. But
you're working overtime, so it's totally fine.
I was working hard. Patrick Lemieux is an incredibly talented scholar at UC Davis, a professor of game studies, a professor of game making, a professor of so many things. He is the co-author of Metagaming. I always get the order wrong, and I can't grab the book because my audio cord is too short. But Patrick, designer of Octopad, he's just really like a real kind of like Renaissance gentleman of the games world. What can't he do? He makes music, he designs games, he writes books, he does it all. Patrick is also the co-author of one of my favorite pieces ever published in ROMchip called The Golden Ticket. He and his co-author Stephanie Bullock follow a single ticket to the Dota 2 International around Shanghai. As I like to say, come for the phenomenal tour of how one ticket moves through the political economy of China. Stay for the poop emojis in the end notes. I'll put a link to the chat once I've tossed it over to Patrick. Patrick, can you tell us, this is a very special sort of segment. This is going to be a little different from what we've been doing here today. Would you like to give us a little intro to what you have cooking?
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. And I was thinking about kind of how my particular set fits in. And I think that, when I think back to playing video games, one thing that is always a big part of that for me is the music around them and the specific way you listen to video game music. So you're not buying a CD typically. I mean, now you are, but back in, the 80s and 90s, you're not going out and buying a CD, putting it on and listening to tracks. You're in my case, I'm sitting on the computer in a family room across from maybe a brother sitting on the floor playing a game. And I remember that was always a way that we listened to music together. And I specifically recall one moment that I think fits the spirit of the stream is in The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, the Lost Woods theme only is there before you pull the Master Sword. So I remember my brothers and I would sometimes like start up a fresh game and get through the dungeon, get out the sanctuary, go to the Lost Woods, and just sit Link there to listen to that track, because once you pull the Master Sword, it's just overworld adventure themed. So what I'm doing today is I'm going to take samples of video game forest music, including Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, and I'm going to run it through a modular synthesizer to do a live set. So what you'll be listening to is a video recording of this set that I did about 10 days ago, because I went to Finland and I wasn't sure I would be back before the stream. I'm here now, but we're still going to watch the video. But during the video, as it plays, if you donate and leave a message, a comment on your donation for a piece of video game music, a track from a game that you like, I will take the highest donation and play a short live set at the end of this for whoever bids the highest for their track. So look forward to that. Hey everyone, I'm Patrick, and I'm going to play a little modular synthesizer for the ROMchip charity stream. This is the ROMchip charity stream, and you're listening to an improvised synthesizer set featuring forest-themed samples from retro video games. So far, we've listened to 12 AM from Animal Crossing New Leaf, followed by Hiroki Kikuta's What the Forest Taught Us from Secret of Mana. Next up is Besaid Island by Masashi Hamauzu from Final Fantasy X. And if you'd like to request a track, leave me a message when you donate. I'll play the song mentioned in the highest donation. For those of you just tuning in to the ROMchip charity stream, I'm Patrick LeMieux, and I'm playing a little improv modular synth set sampling music from forest levels of various video games. We're currently listening to The Forest Temple from Ocarina of Time, and up next we'll get into The Lost Woods from Link to the Past, both composed by Koji Kondo. If you'd like to request a track, donate with a message. I'll play the highest donation at the end of the show. This jungle ambience is from The Secret of Monkey Island 2. And up next on the ROMchip charity stream, I'll be playing with samples from Chasing the Black-Caped Man by Nobuo Uematsu from Final Fantasy VII. Get your donations in and remember to leave me a message with a piece of video game music you want me to sample. You are currently listening to the ROMchip charity stream, and this is Treegate by Robin Miller, featured in Myst. Up next, I'll be improvising around some Super Nintendo forest music, starting with Secret of the Forest by Yasunori Mitsuda from Chrono Trigger, Beware the Forest Mushrooms by Yoko Shimomura from Mario RPG, and Forest Interlude by David Wise from Donkey Kong 2. This is also the last call for requesting a track via donation. The cutoff will be when the next beat drops. I hope you've enjoyed the set so far on the ROMchip charity stream. I'm Patrick Lemieux, and this was an hour of improvised music made with a modular synthesizer and some video game samples. Please stick around for a live performance based on tracks submitted with donations. All right. Hey, everyone. So here is some aquatic ambience.
I think we're done. Laine, I'm going to throw to you.
Yeah. Well, why am I getting... Oh, okay.
Going in 3, 2, 1.
Hey there. Oh my gosh, that was incredible. Patrick, thank you. I know you're going to be coming on here in a second. That was an incredible, beautiful set, an amazing bit of live improv. Really cooled me down after that stream. Good news. Oh shit, we just made it, Pat. We just made it. We just made $6,000.01. So there we go. There's my boy. All right. We just made, hey there, Pat.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you. So we are 100% of our 6K goal. I don't know what percent. That makes us 75% of the way to the tier 2 goal of 8K. Cody will do some updates of the bar at the bottom. Pat, that was beautiful. That was so stunning. Really cooled me down after that improv stream I did earlier. How did that
Thanks
feel?
very much. Yeah, it's fun.
All right, amazing. Such a gift to know such talented people. Yeah. Keep vibing. All right, thank you so much for being a ROMchip supporter, and we'll reach out to you soon. Thank you.
Later.
Awesome. So what's up next? So real quick from me, in case you're joining new, we're about to have Nina Freeman on playing some real deep cuts in the Flash game world, Ferry Halim's Orisinal games. You're not going to want to miss it. But first, who am I? I'm Laine Nooney. I'm the managing editor of ROMchip, a journal of game histories. We are an open access hybrid audience online venue for the publication of game history. And so that means a couple of things. First, we develop, solicit, edit, and publish work across a range of formats, from traditional academic articles to oral histories and short essays. And translations, we do everything from video games, board games, analog games, sports, and play. Second, we are open access, no paywall, no advertising, no logins, no predatory publishing model, not on our watch. You don't have to pay a thing to read the research in ROMchip. And last, we are working on creating a big tent around game history. We call ourselves hybrid audience. We want everyone to be, as many people as possible, to be able to participate. We don't think you should need a PhD to be able to write for or interview for or read ROMchip. So yeah, our current tier 1 fundraising goal just got smashed. So we will be now turning to our 8K goal and our 10K goal. So if we can get to 8K, what that means, the promise there, is that we will do one of these two things. We will either commission an original translation of a piece, a game historical text or essay into English, or we will commission an original essay from a sort of journalist or independent historian, so that we can fund other people doing this work. So that is all the more reason. We've still got 4 hours left in this stream. And so I think we can get it. So don't just hover over that donate button. Click, drop us some funds. Any amount helps. And how are we doing back there, boys? Are we ready for the next set? Okay. Oh, we've got a little minute here before Nina arrives. You're still here with us, Pat. Okay, now it's just me. So Nina is here. Okay, so no one needs to be alarmed. Incredible. So it is my pleasure to introduce our next streamer, Nina Freeman. And guys, feel free to patch her in whenever you're ready. Nina Freeman is known for the personal and introspective qualities of her games, like Sabille, How Do You Do It, and Last Call. She previously worked at Fulbright. She did level design on Tacoma. I met Nina maybe about 10 years ago in New York, right before she made How Do You Do It? And I remember what a sensation that game was when it sort of just like it kind of emerged into the field. You had interviewed me for an article on women and girlhood and game design. I think that was like one of the first times we really met and talked. And it's been such a wonder to watch your career take off and then to watch it develop from afar. And oh, there you are. You're with us.
Aw.
Hey there. How are
Hi,
you?
I don't know if you or they can hear me, but it's so good to see you. And I'm so flattered by this little intro and stoked to just see your face.
Awesome. Same. Nina, it's so cool to have you here. And tell me about what you're going to be playing. When you first you told me this was what you wanted to play. I was like, whoa, I feel like I missed a whole era of Flash games. I don't know what happened to me generationally. I was too busy like playing The Sims or something, but can you just tell us a little bit about what you're going to be sharing?
Yeah. So again, thank you for having me. This is awesome. I love games history stuff. Psyched to be supporting the stream. And it is wild how long ago we met. So just thinking about that is so funny. Anyway, related actually to how do you do it and a lot of the early games that I worked on, we were making Flash games because like that's what we grew up playing really. And also like Flixel was the tool we were using, which was a really great Flash games tool. So since I was thinking about what I wanted to pick in terms of like games history in like my history of games, I was thinking, well, it has to be a Flash game because like that is like my deepest history in this space, whether it's like making Flash games or like playing them as a kid. And the earliest Flash games I can remember playing are these Orisinal games by Ferry Halim. They're like a collection of games that are each like they're almost like vignette games, which is funny because like that's the kind of thing I ended up working on like as a creator. So I'm really psyched to like share this with everyone because I feel that these games had an indirect influence on me. Like I didn't fully realize it, but now looking at them and thinking back, I think they had like, there's like a subliminal, like they've stuck with me over the years, whether I meant it or not. And yeah, so I'm excited to share these old Flash games.
Yeah,
and copyright 2001 on the page, so.
Amazing. And yeah, and they just became available to play too. They were like, I think some code got written that they are now kind of replayable like as of this year.
I think so.
So cool. Amazing. I'm gonna get out of your hair. I have played some of these and like I totally get it once I started clicking through some of them, but I'm gonna leave you alone. I'll come back at the top of the hour and thank you so much for joining us.
Yay, thank you. Good seeing you, Laine. Yay. Okay. Hi chat. Hi everyone. Hi Jake, Mr. Dreadful, Consort Obscuratory, M. Tatanka, Shoe Salad. I like to say hi to everyone, so I'll try to catch everyone as I play. Hi Lurker. Again, I'm Nina Freeman. I make video games, so that's like, in case you don't know who I am, obviously there was a little intro by Laine, but if there are any other questions that you have about my background, feel free to ask me, but I'm going to focus on playing these Orisinal games. And I also just want to say, I actually was like reading a ROMchip article right before this because I was like thinking about the stream and getting ready. And I was reading the Barbie fashion designer like article, like piece interview on the ROMchip site. So, you know, I'm really excited to support this because they create work that like I myself like to read. So just know that like that is also a part of the reason why I'm here, but also just Laine and I go way back and I'm stoked like that Laine is doing stuff in the space and like it's just good vibes. So yeah. Hi Novint, hi Prof and Alt. Let's play these games. So Orisinal. Each of these little buttons is a different game, a different Flash game. So I'm pretty much just gonna like pick one like at random and then like maybe we'll go through them in order. I don't really know how I want to do it. But let's see if I remember the one that I pick. I'm like not gonna look. I'm just gonna pick. It's roulette. Okay, here we go. Okay, Panda Run, an Orisinal production, 2003. How to play. Use your mouse to control, and there will be sound, but it doesn't start until I start the game. Click your mouse button to jump. I love this. It's like a 1-button game. Wait, no, more controls. Click your mouse button in the middle of a jump to do a power jump. Okay, so we're like going Mario here. Let's go. This is your energy bar. Due to the running, you will slowly keep losing energy. Hit the lantern to gain points. Okay. Let's see. Avoid all obstacles. Mushrooms will leave you some energy. Okay. Cool. Okay. I can do this. Oh. And after I play this game as an example, I'm gonna like talk a little bit more about my memory of games, but I just want you to do like kinds of things forward here before I like talk about my child and this is obviously very cute. I kind of remember this one. I don't know if I played this one as much as some of the others. There's another one I remember where you're like, it's like a Bumblebee themed game, and I played that one a lot. So I'm really looking forward to sharing that one. So let's see how far I can get here. Do we know what the name Orisinal means? I have no idea. And actually, I was looking through the website right before this for like any explanation of anything, like who is Ferry Halim? And there's nothing. Or like, if you can find it, tell me, because I didn't see anything. Truly a mysterious figure, and yet one of my like most influenced game designers. Okay, I got a 390. Play again? Not yet, because I'm going to talk to y'all about this stuff. And obviously, since this is a Flash game, I literally have to press back in my browser to exit. So that's where we're at. So each of these games is kind of like that, like a simple vignette game where it's like really, really simple mechanics, often mechanics that you've probably seen in other games, but like done in Ferry Halim's style, which like I think is both mechanical, but also very aesthetic. Like my memory of all these games is that they're all very cute. They all have this like pastel color palette. Most of them are about cute little critters and stuff like that. And as a kid, like, I think I was playing this literally when I was like 10 or maybe younger. So like, I have to say that the aesthetic really drew me to these games. Cause like a lot of the Flash games that I would run into at that age were like, probably a lot of the Flash games that folks in the chat played, like very chaotic, very colorful, very like chaos games. Whereas like as a kid for me, I really like enjoyed like the chill vibes of this. And I think that's why I like was drawn to them and kept coming back to them. Because they weren't as like overwhelming as a lot of the other Flash games that I remember coming across as a kid. And I actually don't remember how I even found them, but I have run into other game developers over the years in my age group, and also mostly women that remember these games in their childhood. So there must have been some sort of like shared knowledge of these like girly games on the internet where I found it, like maybe through Neopets or something. Like that's where I discovered a lot of stuff like this. So anyway, just for my personal history with it. But I also have to say, I'm stoked to be streaming these from my web browser because that is where Flash games belong. And obviously, as a Flash game enthusiast and creator, I, mourn what has happened with Flash in the last 5 or so years. So I don't know, I'm just like really happy to be able to actually play some old Flash games like in the browser where they belong. And then I'm going to play another, but I wanted to share something really quick that really struck me. I'm going to send a tweet. Sorry, I hate Twitter, but like this is important. I did find the Orisinal Games, like Ferry Halim's Twitter account, and Ferry Halim has one tweet, and I will put it in the chat, but also read it out loud. It almost like made me tear up a little bit. I'm not going to lie. It says, "It's the end of 2020 and also the end of Flash Player. I still remember making my first Flash game, Apple Season. Good times." I'm just like, oh my God, I don't know. It just makes me really sad. But also, I like to see like anything from Ferry Halim who is so mysterious to me. So I had to share that. Okay, I'm going to play another. I'm gonna play the bee one I mentioned. This was my favorite as a kid. So in this one, you're basically catching bees with bubbles. That's it. And I used to be really good at it, but I'm definitely not gonna be anymore. Fuck. I'm so sorry if I swear. Oh, I got 2. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. No, no. It's surprisingly hard. There we go. I think it only counts if I get that little sound effect. Shoot. And I have some vague memory of the time, but sometimes little clocks show up that you can catch for extra time. Oh, shoot. Oh, I got that one. This music is like burned into my memory, by the way. It's like a physically strange experience to hear it because it's just, I have such nostalgia for it. Irrationally. Oh, I missed McMahon's message. You remember your friends passing this around in class but never saw it linked anywhere. That's amazing. I'm so glad someone remembers this. That makes me happy. I love that. I'm gonna play this one again. Yeah, if anyone remembers these games, tell me. I want to know. I can't catch any of these. Shoot. There we go. Wow, I'm so bad at it. In a game like this, even if you lose, it's like the least punishing experience ever. It's just like happy music the entire time. Oh wait, I'm gonna do something for you. I didn't want to do it before because honestly, I think Flash games should be played small, but I'll do this one big screen just a little bit. I've been purposefully ignoring the full screen option. It's not real to me. Because when I was a kid, I never ever used the full screen option. I don't think I was even aware of it. I'm not even sure it existed. I just don't believe in it. Oh, I got it. Nice. So many, but that one was like my favorite as a kid and the one that I remember the most vividly. Now, which was the next one I remember? I think this pig one I played a lot of. But I'm gonna look at the chat for a sec. Maybe this is where my Tapper obsession came from. I know, if I had to stream another old game, it would probably be Tapper. You're right. It's such a 90s font. You love it for the score. Same, yeah, the aesthetic of these is all very of the time, for sure. You have a lot of Flash game memories. The first escape game ever made was in Flash. Oh, heck yeah. Hi, Prolix. You used to play these constantly and forgot them? You're welcome. I'm so glad you're here to see this. Also, I want to plug the ROMchip stuff again because I saw the donate link get shared by Nightbot. But in case you came late and didn't hear the intro, the stream is to raise funds for ROMchip, which is a games history journal. And I honestly recommend just going to the website and even looking through some of the articles they have up right now, because I was doing that before the stream and it was really fun. And if you're into games history like I am, I think it's great to support their work. And that's why I'm here. So time for more games. Let's play the pig one. These Little Pigs. I'm pretty sure I remembered this exact font, actually. Like, I think this was like a default Microsoft Word font. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, help the little pigs to get some cakes. Click the strange... Wait, I'm going to full screen this one because I can barely read it. Click the orange balloon to jump onto other pigs. Jump up to the direction of the arrow. Time bonus. Okay. cute. I love the seagull art. I love this. I love this like lullaby music also. You made many a card in Hallmark a greeting card maker with that font. Oh, good. That's amazing. Yeah, it's funny. Some of these old fonts, like I remember, does anyone else remember Wingding and Webdings? I feel like this is the exact community that would like have a visceral reaction to that. Are those still in Microsoft Word? They must be. But I was definitely a Webdings kid. They are? Okay, good. I haven't used like actual Microsoft Word in a really long time. Wingbats, indeed. This game holds up, in my opinion. I'm surprised, like, that I haven't come back to play this one sooner, because it's quite soothing. The V1 also holds up, but I think it's more because of my nostalgia for it. It was hard to make progress. This game feels like one of those games that would like be a part of the like cozy game scene that happens nowadays. This would fit right in. Actually, probably all of Ferry Halim's games would. Like, Ferry Halim is like pre-cozy game person. I'm gonna do this one more time because I like it. Cozy game prehistories, definitely. And I mean, it's funny to me because, like I mentioned earlier, I feel like these games had some influence on the kind of games that I like to make, because I like to make games that are tiny like this, that have really simple mechanics, or like our character studies. Like, that's why I use the word vignette a lot, because they're just like simple, small, and to the point. And these games, and honestly a lot of Flash games were like that. Like sometimes I talk to people, oh, vignettes, what a new idea. But then when I think about it, I'm like, it's actually not really new. It's just that maybe we weren't talking about it like that yet. I mean, I certainly didn't have like any formal games language as a child, so I don't know what I would have called these, but as like a game developer now, I would call these vignette games as well. It's kind of funny to think about. Maze puzzles, yes. I love an old chill game. Mr. Dreadful, same. So how do I get the clock? Do I have to like sacrifice a pig to get the clock? Oh no, it's gone. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's just sad. It's sad, but at least you don't have to see anything bad happen. You just get like a kind of negative sound effect. All right. So that was the Pigs one that I remember. I would be curious if folks in the chat have one that they want me to try. I mean, I'll just like go through as many of these as I can, but look at this screen or go to it on your own computer and like look for a second and decide, like start suggesting them to me and I'll play them next. But for now, I'm play Apple Season because it's the original one that Ferry Halim made, as evidenced by the tweet we were talking about earlier. And then I just want to give you all a minute to decide which ones you'd like to request. But also I feel like playing Ferry Halim's first game is an important part of the history of it. So let's see what this one's like. Oh, it's this. Oh, I remember this one. Oh my God, this is like, this same mechanic was in the Lion King Sega Genesis game. And it's really hard. This is actually difficult. I appreciate that there is like, this is the first game and there is no music, just like one extremely simple sound effect. Yeah, I love this. I wonder how long I go for. Do I just go forever? Let's see. There must be like, yeah, a timer, but it's not showing it. That's so funny. Okay, so This is really interesting because obviously, like, Ferry Halim's games evolved a lot from this, but it's fascinating that the original, like, aesthetic and design sensibility are, like, still even in this very first game with, like, the cute stuff. Like, it's, like, cute little apples. It's friendly. It's got the pastel palette. It's, like, already a signature Ferry Halim game, which is cool. But then, like, they got, like, a lot more polished, right? The later ones. So it's one of the really interesting things to me about this collection, like, now as an adult, is that you can see, like, the game designers' evolution. Like, you get to see their early game and, like, then how far they came with one of these later games, which you don't often get to see for game designers. Like, a lot of game devs, either their original games are unplayable, which is true for a lot of stuff I worked on, or they, like, literally take them offline. So this is actually a really unique chance to, like, see someone's work from the very beginning to, like, the most recent. And I feel like that is a really cool part of this collection. Anyway, oh yeah, like ROMchip yourself said, we could literally, I'm assuming these are listed in the order that they were created. So that would be a really cool way to play it. I agree, which maybe I will do after I take the requests as well. I see Flower from Maxi. I'm going to look for a flower because I don't know exactly which one you mean, but I'll click on the first flower I see. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Okay, let's try this. Thanks for the request. High delivery. Whoa, I love how this one looks. Oh my God. What do I do? This one had no directions. Oh, I'm the fan and I'm creating a gust to move the balloon. Oh, that's very clever. Oh, this is very cute. I really like this idea. Oh my God, I'm making a little bouquet in a bottle. This is so cute. I love this one, actually. And this is one of the later ones, so, like, look at the difference between this and the Apple one. It's, like, pretty amazing. This song is also very good. I like the controls in this one too, because it's like, actually feels like I do have to kind of think about where the gust is coming from. There's no, like, UI showing me, but I can, like, kind of feel it based on where I'm clicking. It's probably hard to understand if you're just watching, but it feels right. Trust me. And by the way, these games are all free, so if you wanted to play along, you can, if you're on a computer. Oh, do I have to, I have to uplift myself. You tried to milk the cow? Oh gosh, I'll have to try that. I also saw Bottom of the Sea. I'm on it. I'll scroll up in the chat too to see if I missed any. When I'm not occupied. Did I reach the end? Is it a gate? You delivered 83 flowers. Aww. I love that one. And, like, the background art was so pretty. That was a really cool one. I don't know if I ever played that one because I don't remember it at all. But I must have. I think I played all of them. Oops. Okay, so that one was awesome. Good request. Thank you so much. I loved it. Let me see. I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. WarioWare. Yeah, these are very WarioWare. I totally agree. The eggs in the basket. Eggs. Okay, let's see. Where is that? Is this an egg? No. Oh, here it is. Got it. Ooh, this one's very tiny. The Amazing Dare Dozen. The dangerously daring mission of 12 farm fresh eggs to boldly go where no egg has gone before. Yes. I love this. I love an egg game. Someone should do a history of eggs in games. Obviously, like Yoshi would be on the cover, but then there's stuff like this. Oh. Actually, I have to selfishly plug my own use of eggs in games. One of the like early Flash games that I worked on is called Ladylike, and there's like a scene in it where you're with your mom in the grocery store, and it's like a game about going shopping with your mom or like talking to her, and you end up in the grocery store and she sends you to get some eggs, and in the game you get the eggs, but then like as soon as you try to move, you immediately drop them. And my friend Decky, who did the audio, actually came to my apartment and broke a real egg to record that sound effect. So just a little egg anecdote from a Flash game I worked on. Relevant. Wow, this is hard. And no, I'm not going to full screen it. You have to play it. You have to view it the old way. I know no one's asking, but I'm thinking that. I did it. This has a similar like verticality focused mechanic to the pig game. I can see some links between these games and their design. Anyway, I loved that. Let me see what the next request is, and it is Bottom of the Sea, I think. Is that the next one? Or was Mud and Bugs a request, Mr. Dreadful, or are you talking about the Lion King thing? Like, that sounds like it would be one of these games. But let's look for the diver. And also, while I'm looking for games, I'll plug the ROMchip fundraising thing again. The link was shared in the chat recently, I think, and it looks like, I don't know if any donations have happened since I've been streaming, but like if you have, and if you came here like through my community, I just want to really thank you for being here, because I know that like I have a lot of games history fans in my community. It's funny that that's how I said it naturally. So I was happy to do this because I knew that like you folks would vibe with it if you came here from my stream. I can't see the diver. I see a boat. Let me know, like, if you want to guide me a little bit to where it is. I guess if I can't find it in this pass, I'm going to try this because this kind of looks like a diver. Maybe it was this one. Okay. Oh, this is Constellations. Well, I'll try this one and then I'll catch up in the chat. Mouse control, touch fish to clear the way. This is cute. Ooh, so fancy. So this is another one of the later games. You can tell because the visual polish is just on another level. As is the music. So satisfying. It's also slightly morbid if you think about it too much. I think I'm killing these fish. That's okay. It's okay because it's cute, so I don't feel weird about it. I must be getting blocked by something. I don't fully understand why I'm getting blocked. But that's okay. I'm kind of just happy to like click and get points. The beauty of some of these like Orisinal games is like sometimes you don't even need to know what's going on in them to like still feel like you're having a good time. And I feel like that's the beauty of some of these like really simple old Flash games. Like they can operate on vibes alone, which is amazing. Okay. I liked that. Well, let me scroll up and see if there are any more requests. Anecdote. That's good. Hi, Shadow. Hi, QDot. Welcome to anyone I missed. I hope you're enjoying the stream. And also, shout outs to anyone who's been in the ROMchip stream for like the entire fundraising stream today. I'm sure there are some of you, and you are champs. Hi, Afton. What does Ferry Halim do now? I don't know. I wasn't able to find anything clear. Like the Twitter account only has the one sad tweet, and then on Wikipedia, I didn't see much other than that Ferry Halim is from California, Clovis. These games have won some awards, including a Webby, and also these games were released at some point for iPhone. So it seems like Ferry Halim has like didn't like make these games and leave the industry, like obviously, or not obviously, according to the Wikipedia, you can get them on iPhone as well. I feel like I'd be curious to try them on iPhone because I could see how the mechanics would translate, but like to me, they'll always be Flash games first and best. But yeah, it seems that Ferry Halim is still around maintaining these at least. I guess I want to see like, what's the year of the last one? 2013. Okay, so if this one's 2013 and the Apple game actually doesn't have a year on it, let's try the second one. This one says 2000, so I'm going to assume the Apple game is around then too. So it's pretty interesting to think that these games were all made between 2000 and 2013. I mean, it says on the Wikipedia there are 62 of these. That's like a lot of games. It's funny because if you think about like game designers who like post Flash game designers, like they don't make as many unique games. I feel like it was very of the Flash game era to be a game dev and have made like a bajillion games. You know, I feel like you just don't hear that as often. And it's sort of like unique to that small web game era, at least from what I know, which is kind of interesting. So let me go back to the chat. Let's see. Robot Unicorn Runner. Oh, I remember that. To answer my question, we've raised 220 during my hour. Oh, yay! Oh, that's so wonderful. I really appreciate folks being here and showing some support. That makes me super happy. And I'm so stoked to like be in a community that likes to talk about games history in the chat as well. I know we do on my channel, but like, I don't know all of you, so like it's nice to meet everyone, and like we're all obviously interested in the same stuff being here for ROMchip, so just like it's nice meeting everyone as well. I'm gonna try the second Ferry Halim game here, Flight of the Season, just to see like the earliest ones. Click on the houses as fast as you can to deliver as many toys before Christmas comes. Oh gosh. Wait, I have to click on the houses. Okay. Oh, this is wild looking. I feel like I'm in a lo-fi Animal Crossing map or something. And this one also doesn't have music. Okay, wait, I want to like go through them until I find one that has music. When was the first game with background music? I'm so curious. Silent Water. Is this like Silent Hill? Wait, this one is like not cutesy like the others. This is so interesting. I mean, it kind of is, but the theme is not cozy anymore. It looks cozy. I'm so confused. Oh, this is fascinating, actually. This reminds me more of a game that, like, probably Ferry Halim would have played as a kid. Okay, cool. So that one also didn't have music, but was thematically interesting. Hold the rope. Click on each person to boost his pulling strength. Oh my god. Oh no, this one's also kind of sad. Wait. Oh, I see. I want to make sure their meters stay high by clicking on each individual. By the way, I don't know if anyone at ROMchip has ever considered this, but if you can find Ferry Halim and do an interview, what an amazing thing that would be. I want to find Ferry Halim. Because I feel like these games are aesthetically so different from the Flash games of that time that like where was Ferry Halim coming from? I would be so interested to know like the influences that this person had. Okay, this is too much clicking for my like carpal tunnel hand. Let's try the next one. No music. Metal Armor, MV017. Select controller. Ooh. Okay. Oh, interesting. So this one's still kind of like sound only, but it also has like a way less like cutesy aesthetic than the others, but it's definitely still using the same art style, which is kind of interesting. It's funny because when I think of these games, I think of the ones that are about animals. I don't know if I must have tried these as a kid and been like, what is this? No, and then played more of the bee game. Critical zone. Destroy enemy mines. Avoid the asteroids. Oh boy. I'm gonna be bad at this one. Oh, okay, I'm dead. This is the first one with music though. We found it. Okay, cool. Oh wait, those are the mines. Okay, I keep going into the mines. This is reminding me of the gummy ship in Kingdom Hearts, so I'm no longer going to play it. Anyway, hi chat. Oh, you broke 6,500? Nice. Nice. Congrats. You make these, heck yeah. You miss the old Shiro games, Commander King, the original Duke Nukem. Heck yeah. I would love to like ask Ferry Halim like what of those old games like that this person played. I don't even know. I'm not using any pronouns because I don't know like anything about this person. Does it say on Wikipedia? Let's see, any pronouns? He, okay, he. So I would love to ask him like what his favorite games were growing up, because we go from this and then like let's jump ahead a few rows. It goes from that stuff to like this. It Takes Two. Is this going to be like Dog's Life? Another great game. Like, how do we go from those other games to this? I need to know what are the influences, because they're so different. Like, I wonder if there was something that Ferry Halim discovered that made him want to make the rest of his games about these cute little critters. Like, I love the decision, but seeing the early games makes me really wonder like where it came from. But it's also a good reminder that like people who make a certain type of game probably don't only like that kind of game. Like someone who's into whatever like military games might also love games about cute critters or like Neopets or something. Like people have, you know, lots of different interests, and it's cool to see that reflected in someone's work. I feel like you don't often get to see that. And you can see it more easily here also, because, I mean, I don't know for sure, but since these are Ferry Halim games, I have to assume that it's either just him working on them or at least, like, he's doing the bulk of the work. I mean, who knows really, but when you can see, like, an individual creator's taste through their games, it's really interesting. I love this one. Okay, I'm gonna back out, because I had another thought. Was Bennett doing this stream? I forgot. I was thinking of Bennett because, you know, Bennett Foddy is known now for his game that like, it's like Bennett Foddy's, what's it called? His climbing game. Getting over it with Bennett Foddy. There's also like a history here of developers who like put their own name like in the title of their games. Like these are Ferry Halim's Orisinal games. I think they're like referred to that on other parts of the website. So it's also interesting to see games with the creator's name in them. Like that there's a whole history to trace of that as well. Just something to think about. Let's try this puffer fish game. Fishball. Okay. I'm experimentally not reading the controls or the rules to see if I can figure it out. Because I think as a kid, I would not have like read the rules. I would have just like played. Trying to recreate my old experience. And I gotta tell you, when I was working on Flash games, we definitely made a Flash game about fishing. I don't know if anyone remembers the fishing game jam that happened in like the late 2010s, I think, or maybe it was early 2010s. My friends and I made a game called, it was Fish, Hokuto no Huchin, which translated to like Fish of the North Carp or something. It was a game about where you would play as me, trying to help my dad like get a fish off the hook while fishing. It's based on a true story, but in the game you are like trying to get the fish, but it's like swinging around everywhere. And you get as many fish off the hook as you can until you get fish slapped, or until the fish hits you in the face. And you get left. Like maybe it was inspired by this fish aesthetic. Kind of looked similar to this. Well, I love this. I'm gonna go check out more. See, he played Ski Stunt Simulator earlier. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I thought I saw that he was a part of this. That's awesome. Sid Meier would never. Roberta Williams was the OG for that. Heck yeah. Didn't I make the hot dog game? No, that was Diego, but close. All right, let's try another one of the earlier ones. So like, when do we start getting into the cutesy animal stuff? And this will be like kind of one of the last things I do because I see we're getting towards the end of my hour. So we did this. I guess this cow is maybe the first one with a critter. Milk the cow. Click on the cows as fast as you can until you've filled up your bucket. And it has like the same map thing as the other one. Reuse of tools and assets. You love to see it. The sound effect is somewhat disturbing. Okay, I can't. I can't listen to that anymore. And then we have a, what is this? Oh, cool. So not a cute critter one, but it has swords. Oh, cool. Oh, this is kind of cool. I love this like weird window shape. Interesting. Okay, we're just spanning through them at this point because I'm almost out of time and I'm just like fascinated to see as many of these as possible. Among the Clouds. Okay, I died. Anyway. Well, that's Ferry Halim's Orisinal games, y'all. I'm just so psyched to be playing these with everyone and thinking about these old Flash games because like just to start wrapping up and to like have a last conversation with everyone, like Flash games were a really important part of my life, not only playing them as a kid, but also like making them as like the beginning of my career. And I do look forward to, you know, potentially in the future, places like ROMchip, which is what the stream is for today. Looking at this history of Flash games, I feel like there's a lot to unpack there and a lot of lost work that like maybe people will only be able to talk about and like we won't even be able to find it anymore, like true lost media. There's a lot of that in Flash games. So I think we're really lucky to like have access to these games at all. And I'm really curious in the future to see like what writing happens about Flash games that none of us can find anymore, you know? I certainly have stuff like that from my childhood that I remember like playing because it was shared on like a Neopets forum or like shared among people playing online games together. Like I played a lot of Flash games that were just shared with me through my friends in like Final Fantasy 11, you know? And those are games like I didn't bookmark them, I didn't save them. Like I don't know where those games are, but they live on in my memory. So I guess at least there's that. So yeah, anyway, I really appreciate folks that donated to ROMchip during my segment here. It really means a lot that you came by to to do so, and especially during my segment, I selfishly love that you did it in my presence. So thank you for that. I killed them, Mr. Dreadful. I did. RIP. I'm trying to think like what else I would want to share about these games before I go. I don't know. I love them.
Hey there, Nina. I just got pulled on. Hey, I'm looking for my little script. Hey there. Yeah, that was amazing.
Thank you.
First of all, I just loved the way there was so many like beautiful things that like folded over during that, like the talking about your game design experiences, your memories of playing these games, other people chiming in the chat. The big question of like, where is Ferry Halim? You know, like we got to track this guy. We got to track this person down now.
I know.
Yeah, and thank you so much. So we are at 6/4/2001. Yeah, the
420.
Not letting us down.
Nice.
So we are a little over 80% toward our 8K goal. That is awesome, Nina. Thank you so much for being a supporter of ROMchip. Thank you for putting Ferry Halim like back on the. Not that they needed to be put on the map, but like, I want to track this person down now. So
yeah. I am going to keep looking. Like, same. When I found the Twitter account, I was like over the moon. And I think I found it when I was like freaking out about, you know, all the Flash stuff happening. So I was just like looking up these games, and like even just having one tweet, that to me is like, oh my God, Ferry Halim is real. And I got so excited.
Yeah, it's quite this is a good game history mystery. So
yeah,
that's what we go for.
Super fun.
All right, we'll let you take off. But thank you so much, Nina. And you'll be hearing from us soon. Thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you. Nice seeing everyone. Good luck with the rest of the fundraiser.
Thanks. All right, everyone, you're with me for a couple minutes. If you're just joining now, I am Laine Nooney. I'm a managing editor for ROMchip, a journal of game histories. Oh, and like, don't leave because Phil Salvador is about to show up, and he will be doing 2 hours with the Novint Falcon. This is a haptic force feedback piece of hardware. We're really interested to see if we can get this thing to break Phil's wrist. So don't go anywhere. But yeah, as I said, I'm Laine. I'm the managing editor for ROMchip, a journal of game histories. We are an open access hybrid audience online venue for the publication of game history. And what that means, first of all, is that we develop, solicit, edit, and publish work across a range of formats, from traditional academic articles to oral histories, interviews, short essays, and translations. We deal with everything. We think of games broadly: video games, board games, analog games, sports, and play. Second, we have no paywall, no advertising, no logins, no predatory publishing model. You can check us out at romchip.org, just like Nina was talking about, and you can read stuff that we've published there right away. And last, we are hybrid audience, meaning we are trying to create a big tent around game history. We don't think you should have to have a PhD to read ROMchip or write for ROMchip or do interviews for ROMchip. If anyone wants to go track down Ferry Halim, go to it. And yeah, so we're currently fundraising toward our tier 2 goal. If you were here earlier, you saw that we smashed our tier 1 6K goal just in the last hour. And that is amazing. That takes care of all of our base operating expenses for the year. But the reason we are marching toward tier 2 is because this is what we're really here for. We're here for growth, right? So if we hit tier 2, that means that we have the money to do one of two things. We'll either bring a never-before translated game historical work into English and publish it in the journal, or we will commission an original essay from a freelance writer. Either of these options makes more game history possible. Also, if we hit 8K, I will smash a pinata in my office. So, right, there's a lot of good reasons to try and get those numbers up there. We've also got a tier 3 10K goal hanging out there. And if we got that, not only do you get the pinata smash, not only do you get the translation, you will also get a commissioned essay, and we will start a ROMchip Discord. So a lot to look forward to. And I think if anybody could get us there, maybe Phil Salvador could get us there. And we are nearly ready. I think we're having a little tech check stuff with Phil, trying to get this. I gave up on I was for a while doing $100. I was blowing up a balloon every time we got to $100, but one that was I could not blow up balloons that fast, and 2, I did not estimate how hard it was to tape balloons to like one of these foam kind of drop ceilings, so they just kept falling down. So messy, but I will rig a pinata if we can get to 8K. Are we ready, boys? Is Phil ready to come on in? We all know. Okay, all right. Then I'll just keep vibing here. How many of you know Phil Salvador? If you are in the retro gaming community, Phil is the kind of guy who needs no introduction. Oh, okay. All right. That. Let me kill. Hello. You are on, Phil.
I am on. Hello.
You are, well, you're not yet on the Twitch stream, but you are on with me. And I'm trying to figure out, I'm doing echo, and I'm just trying to figure out how to kill it.
Okay. Well, I'm here, and just did a lot of very frantic setup, but we're ready. I'm ready. I'm pumped. I'm ready to go.
Oh, yeah. Now you're live. All right. Oh, hey. Also, Phil, come here. So first of all, let me
here? How?
Let me tell everyone who Phil is. If you're in
Okay.
the retro gaming community, Phil needs no introduction. He is the library director for the Video Game History Foundation. He's done programming for MagFest. That's how I first met Phil. God, 7-8 years ago. Phil is.
I cornered you at a party and made your friends get really weirded out when someone came up to ask you about your history work.
Oh, what party was that?
It was one of the no quarters. It was me and my friend Molly, and we were just like, "Is that Laine Nooney? That's the Sierra person." And you seemed really confused.
Yeah, that was maybe the first time somebody chased me down for that level of fame.
I'll take it.
So Phil is an indefatigable defender of game history. He's here for a 2-hour block to help bring us home into the final hour that Jason will take over. Also, Phil, I have a special friend here in the room. You're gonna have to get real cozy with me.
That's fine. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Phil. Hello. Good to see you, Dave.
So yeah. You're here. You're
Okay.
here.
Cool,
You're
cool,
here.
cool.
So this is Dave. He is sometimes referred to as the bad boy of haptics.
Yeah.
Is that your new name?
As of 4 days ago,
Yeah. This is the bad boy of haptics, and he just wanted to say hi. Dave is also one of the editors at ROMchip. He's one of our other part of the 4-person editorial squad. And I thought Dave would just be a fun person to say hi, given what you're going to be playing today. Phil,
Yes.
can you explain to us what this thing is? I'll get out of your hair in a second, but like, what is this thing you're playing? Tell me a little bit about it.
So I'm going to switch away from my face. This is the last you're going to see this face for a bit. We're switching over to Falcon Cam. Oh, 1 second. I have the wrong source going through here, OBS. We're going to Falcon Cam. Okay. This thing you see here is the Novint Falcon. This was a game controller that came out in 2008. This is a controller. Dave, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, but this was developed by a company called Novint Technologies that, as you explained to me, was exploring consumer applications of high-end 3D haptic interfaces, which is to say, this is a three-dimensional controller that can simulate touch and physics in 3D space. To explain a little bit, so this is a three-dimensional mouse. You can move it around like this to move the cursor around. Maybe you can see it on the screen a little bit. It can also move in and out, which is a pretty interesting control. Not a lot of yeah, your face, right? Not a lot of games have this built in. Not a lot of games doing things in. People have used this for what you're expecting, but it's got really interesting controls. But the real secret sauce here are these arms. These are connected to these really powerful and sensitive haptic motors that allow it to do things, which we'll take a look in a second, like simulating texture or recoil on a gun or other kinds of force feedback. And I think we're all used to force feedback, like, rumble on a controller, or like, the triggers having little sensitive vibrations in them, or 3D rumble on the Switch. So this thing is basically just a giant motor with a mouse attached to it. The force feedback on this thing is measured in pounds. This is a strong device. It can do things like stop your cursor in 3D space to simulate feeling a piece of geometry. It is very powerful. So first hour, we're going to play all the built-in tutorials and demos and kind of show you what their use case was for it. And for the second hour, we are going to play Half-Life 2, which was one of the only retail games that had built-in support. We're going to play through the Ravenholm stage and get some of that good physics stuff happening. And because y'all got to $6,000, I'm forced to put this thing to the highest force feedback setting. You might notice there's a towel down here. This is duct taped to the desk because on its own, at full power, this will like shake off the desk and rip my arm off. So this is a safety measure. This is to keep myself safe, make sure we're having a good time. Nobody's gonna die in the ROMchip stream. Not a single person is going to die on this stream tonight.
Incredible. I was about to ask why there was a rag towel under the Falcon.
I was trying to figure out like a slip pad. I didn't want to put tape on it itself, so it was just like, how can I create additional friction to prevent this thing from sliding off the desk while it's violently shaking and breaking my wrist?
They never made a mount for it. This is a common problem on Falcon owners.
Really?
There was no mount, like to hold it securely to the desk.
Yeah, I guess
the Falcon's perch, I think, would have been a great.
Yeah. I think if you were playing on a desk made up of like sandpaper blocks, it would be fine. But yeah, this is not. There's a lot of things as I've tested this, and I always wondered like, why was this thing not successful? And then I played with it, and it's like, okay, yeah, it's got a lot of practical issues that make it tough.
All right. Incredible. How about I get out of your hair and let you start demoing this for the chat?
All right. There might be a little loud noise. I'm switching my microphone over to the main desk so I can focus on what's happening over here.
This is incredible.
I'll take it from here.
This has also been very exciting for the tech guys in the back. Consort has really been enjoying whatever this thing is.
It's a trip. Can't wait to show this thing off.
How long, Dave? How long was this like in production or use before it just like fell off the map?
I think 3 or 4 years, and it was actually there's a gun trigger attachment for it.
We don't have that, sadly.
Which was the reason they couldn't sell it at Walmart, because at Walmart you can buy guns, or you used to be able to buy guns, but you can't buy things that are shaped like guns. So this thing was in Walmart, and then they released the trigger gun add-on, and they had to take it out of Walmart. But it was in like Circuit City and Best Buy and like all the major electronics retailers at one point. One of the challenges with it was no one knew what it could do. Like if you just saw it on the shelf, if there was no one like live demoing it for you, like, is this thing for? Yeah, so this is one of the big problems I had.
When did it come out?
2008.
Okay.
I think they were demoing it for years in advance of that. But I think one of the things that stood out to me in terms of before we even get into one of the things that has been difficult about it is that you can do custom scripts for this to like map this to certain mouse inputs, which is great. But it's harder to mod in the force feedback, which is really the exciting thing about this controller. So apart from like Half-Life 2, Doom 3, and I think like Call of Duty Black Ops 2, like there's not many games that support this natively. So it's we're gonna play Newton's Monkey Business. That was their pack-in game.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's give you a chance to take up full screen here with this ridiculous object, and yeah, can't wait to see what kind of trouble you get into.
All right. Peace out. All right, 1 second here. I gotta. I think it's okay. The echoes. That's why the echo is happening. Okay, we're good now. We're fixed. I figure out what's going on. Sorry about that. Let's get started though. Thank you all for showing up. It's time for the Novint Falcon showcase. We're going to start with the tutorial. I'm going to let this speak for itself. It's going to talk for a little bit and just kind of walk you through what this is and give you some basic safety instructions, which we should really know before we play this thing, because this thing is legitimately dangerous. Like normally the warnings you get on games, it's like rest your eyes. And this one is like, make sure your arm is supported or you might be hurt. So...
Welcome to the Novint Falcon tutorial. The Novint Falcon lets you use your sense of touch to interact with your computer in a completely new way.
Oh.
This tutorial will show you how the Falcon works.
There we go. Lower the audio a little bit.
To use the Novint Falcon, hold on to the grip and move it in every direction. If you see the front light is red, move the grip all the way back towards you and then forward again to calibrate the Falcon. The light will turn blue. You can move the grip around to get a feel for the Falcon's movement area. To change the grip, simply squeeze the grip lever to release and remove the current grip, then line up a new grip and glide it into the grip slot. While touching objects with the Falcon, you will be able to feel their shape and texture. how heavy they are, how it feels when you move them around, and more. When you touch something, motors in the Falcon turn on and are updated 1,000 times a second, which is what gives such a
1,000
realistic
times a
sense of
second
touch.
for whatever that means.
The best way to use the Falcon is to rest your elbow on your armchair rest. Be sure to keep your wrist straight rather than bent at an angle to avoid injury and fatigue.
Avoid
Take breaks
injury.
and stretch if you are playing for long periods of time. Although the Falcon was designed to be robust, it is still a precision instrument. To avoid any damage to the Falcon, do not be too rough or violent with your movements, and do not use extreme force in any direction. Also, be sure that you do not let go of the Falcon grip while you are using it, especially when there are large forces, and keep all body parts other than your hand away from the Falcon's workspace during use.
All body parts away from the Falcon.
Now,
It's a
get
PG-13
ready to
stream.
experience a whole new dimension of computing.
All right, so we're gonna go through the built-in demos on this thing, and they show off. Luckily, we have the Falcon cam here, so we can see a little bit of like what this does. So the first demo here
When
is
using the
this-
Falcon, you will
this
often be
sphere.
in control of a cursor on the screen. This cursor can move up, down, left, and right like a normal cursor, but it can also move forward and backward.
I'm actually just gonna jump right in for the sake of time and show this to you. So you can see this hand cursor that I can move around, move it in 3D around this sphere. Now, interestingly, watch this. If I touch the sphere, the controller stops. Ooh, I have to, it's kind of a small sphere. There we go. The controller stops here. And if I move it around, you can see it's got this little sphere in 3D space. There's kind of a little invisible sphere right here you can feel. It's untextured. It is pretty low poly. It feels like it's maybe like a dodecahedron. You can kind of touch the surfaces and the edges of it, but there is a small sphere in 3 dimensions here. Now what you can do is you can cycle through the textures on this. So this one is bumpy. And if you look, you can see the movement's a lot more rigid. You can really feel all the bumps on this thing. It's a really interesting sensation, and I hope the Falcon Cam is helping you see some of the detail you can put into this. It really does feel like there is an object floating in space here that I'm moving it around. You can get kind of weird things like this molasses, which you can push through, but it really slows your movement, and then when you get out, it's fast again. I'm already moving this thing around, but you can push and pull it through like molasses. Really interesting ways to simulate objects in space like this. Again, not a lot of games use this. Most just use it as a mouse, essentially. But this one is a little slipperier, it has lower friction, so it's still rigid. You can still hit the ball here, but it moves a little faster when you scroll around like this. This is already breaking Consort's brain. Great. Sandpaper, this feels obscene. This is awful. You can see here, like, if I just kind of lightly move my hand, it's just not moving. It is a scratchy, rigid surface. You can just kind of, and you can see actually, I was like pushing the Falcon while I was trying to move it because it has it has so much more friction on it. It makes it hard to move your hand around this thing. This feels really unpleasant. I'm gonna move on to the next one because I don't like that. Magnetic is cool because it's, your hand gets stuck to it and you can see it follows the sphere, but to get it off, you have to really pull it off to get it detached from it. Rubber is cool because there is a sphere here, but you can push it in a little bit. It really is like there's an object you can just kind of make an indentation to if you really push your hand, and then it kind of slides off and you can't push it any further. Man, this is already moving this thing around. This towel solution is not going to work when we get to Half-Life 2, but y'all paid for it, so we're doing it. This is just a fascinating piece of technology. It's not a great way to play games, but conceptually it's incredible. I think in most cases this was meant for, I want to say like, military or medical applications. Oh, this one, yeah, this is pretty easy to move through, but you have this kind of gritty feeling when you do it. You can feel, it's like a really loose cup of sand you're putting your fingers through is kind of the feeling of this one. And then honey, which I don't really know how this is much different than, it's a little less sticky than molasses, I guess. But kind of the same application, just something you kind of get your hand stuck in. It takes a little work to move through. You can see it really well laterally like that, how it just kind of gets stuck in there. So that's our textures. Now we're gonna move on to some physics stuff. We're gonna take a water break and I'll let this thing talk for itself a little bit.
The Novint Falcon can also let you feel the weight of objects, as well as realistic movement forces. In this section of the tutorial, you will be able to swing a ball around attached to a rubber band. To begin, first move the cursor until you feel it.
All right, so it's a ball. Also, Q dot, that is amazing. If the our stream folks, if the stream folks could turn the audio down, since we're going to be switching between games a little bit, it's going to be hard to individually adjust that. So yeah, take me down a little bit on my end, on your end, I guess. Also, Q dot, that is amazing. I saw those. What was I going to say? Those drivers. That's really cool that you made that. So. This thing is actually a good time to mention how the controls work on this. So the controls are kind of terrible. Let me quickly check webcam, make sure. Okay, so this center button is the main button for activating things. There's a left button, an up button, and this right button, which is in the internal software is listed as G-Cube. You can map this to perform gesture-based actions. Which, you know, just kind of like mapping keybinds to movements, but it's a really awkward controller to use with this claw grip you have to have on it, but it's what we have, so we're gonna use it. Wow, $200, thank you. So, with this, you can see him holding the ball. Now watch this, if I move it up and down, you can see the controller moving to simulate the physics of the ball. If I really like move it around, it starts to whip around a little bit to simulate the movement of the ball. Like, I'll whip it around and take my hand off. It told me not to take my hand off, so I'm doing this for you. Can see it bouncing around and simulating. It really does feel like there's an object pulling my hand around as I try to move it. Really nothing else like this. So now we're gonna play some sample games it has for us. Some more substantive than others, I think.
Now, on to some game demonstrations. In this section of the tutorial, you will use the Falcon to catch a fastball. To begin...
So we're gonna play baseball, or just catch, really. So we've got our virtual mitt. Watch what happens when I catch it. Watch the feedback it gets when the ball hits. So we're gonna aim it there. Bounces back a little bit. It really feels like you're absorbing the force of the ball when it hits. I'm gonna take my hand off, watch. That's the kind of force the thing is putting out. It's just putting out that level of... One more. It's pretty intense. Again, this is just a baseball minigame, but it can do some really interesting physics simulations like this. Next up, I think we have a slingshot game?
Next,
yes.
You will test your aim by trying to hit a row of tin cans with a slingshot. To shoot the slingshot, start by moving the grip forward towards the front of the Falcon's movement area so that you will have room to pull back the rubber band.
So move forward.
Click and drag a button on the grip to grab the slingshot,
Pull it
and then
back.
pull the grip back towards you, feeling the band stretch.
Feel the band stretch.
Keeping the button held, move the grip
So right now,
and
it's
left
pretty
or up and down
easy. I
to
can move it
aim.
around pretty freely.
The further you pull back, the
But on this, we can... I'll try to let you know what this feels like. So again, pretty easy to move. We'll move forward. I'll grip it, and I'll pull it back. Oh, it's pretty tough. You can see I'm pulling the Falcon itself a little bit. All right, and I'll aim it. Oh, wow. All of a sudden, I'm putting a lot of force on this to hold it in place, and as soon as I release it, you can see how much my hand moves just from the same amount of force. It's, let's do a little lighter, see if we can... There we go, a little more control that way. I'll have to hold it in place. Oh, the force it's putting out. All right, that one just went straight right. That's no good. Can we hit... Let's hit one of those cans on the side. It's really... Okay, that's right. I have to move it in, so it's a little easier to pull. There we go. 89% to tier 2. Holy moly, folks. That's amazing. I have not played past this demo. I forget what else is in this tutorial. Yeah, the physics simulation is fascinating on this thing.
This has been just a small taste of the capabilities of the Novint Falcon. The Falcon can be used in all types of games. Use it to fly a jet through the air and feel every turn and spin. Drive a car
Dave,
or
if you're in
motorcycle and
chat,
feel
you can
every
correct me if
bump
I'm
and
wrong.
curve of
I
the
don't
road.
think there were any
Throw a ball in a sports game and
non-Novint
develop a real-life
produced
skill.
games
Swing a bat or a club and
that
feel
primarily
its
use
impact
the
against
Falcon
ball.
as its input device.
Or shoot a weapon
Is
and
that
feel
right?
its
Like, it's
recoil.
built into a handful of games, but like as
These
an
and many other
alternate
interactions are
option for controls and not as the main thing, is my understanding. So not a lot of folks did actually use this. So we're going to play the built-in pack-in game for this. There's a couple. The sports games are atrocious. Feeling It 3-Point Shootout is an awful video game, so we're not going to play that. We're going to play Newton's Monkey Business. This is a real video game here, folks. It's almost like We Play, but for the Novint Falcon. So I don't know if you can see this. When we start this up, so this is a nightmare. Okay, I don't think you can see this. It asks us to pre-choose mini games to play. There's only a handful of games in this collection, and it will randomly select 6 of the ones we have produced. So I'm trying to find the ones that seem most interesting. I have, one second here as we're talking. I've got my list here of what I think is going to be interesting. I know you can't see this right now, but just examples of here. We have fish sticker. We got any fishing minigame fans in chat? This has a fishing minigame. I'm going to play it on stream as is mandatory. I'm kind of talking sideways into the mic while I'm bringing up my notes here real quick. What did I want to do? Table tennis. Okay, we're going to do table tennis. We're going to do the rhythm game. We're going to do roly-poly rollin'. We're going to do road race, home run, smash out, and fish sticker to give you an idea of what we're doing here. Let me cycle back to chat now. All right. Yeah, Madalena, I had a feeling you were in chat. Yeah, fish mini games for you. This one's yours. Newton's Monkey Business, folks. It's loading up. Give me a second here. And this one's got a story with like an opening cutscene, but we're just going to do the just the mini games mode. Give me a sec here to get this set up. All right. Hopefully you can see that. Let me make sure that's visible on my end. All right. You can see this one. Great. Newton's Monkey Business, folks. There he is. That's Newton. That's the monkey. That's our guy. What's with his no? Is that like an anti-drug thing? His no banana shirt? You owe the bank $50,000 by the end of the day. Oh, but he can enter the monkey races. Gonna move this monitor a little close to the center. There we go. He's like, is this a good idea? I don't know. I have to buy a Novint Falcon. That's gonna cost at least $50,000. I'm just gonna say it, Newton doesn't seem to have his life together. He owes $50,000 in back mortgage payments, his car is falling apart. I don't know, I'm not feeling great about Newton, but... Folks, here we go, Newton's Monkey Business. This has a real theme to it. Newton the monkey owns an apple orchard, and it's, well, the apple of his eye. It's everything. Sunshine, sparkling streams, beautiful trees, blah, blah, blah. This monkey doesn't sit in a zoo picking bugs off his pals. He doesn't fly around the land of Oz trying to catch little girls. He doesn't get fired off into space unless he's behind the wheel, and he definitely does not eat bananas, much to his father's dismay. This is look how long this story section is to this, mini-game collection. Newton is a business monkey. He's the primate president, the simian CEO, etc., etc. Now Newton's apples can be found in every pie, sauce, tart, crisp, turnover, jug of cider, jar of baby food, this side of the tropical rainforest. Baked, candied. It's just a long description of what you can do with apples. I wonder who on the Novint team wrote this. If he's the only apple orchard in existence and every apple is his, how is he so behind? What is he charging for? This is okay. We're just gonna play this game. I don't want to indulge this absurd story anymore. All right, so we got race mode, but I'm gonna do game mode, which is just being able to sample video games. So we're gonna start with the fishing game, fish sticker. Click this mini game standalone. We'll do easy mode. All right, so here's our controls. Move the Falcon grip left and right, up and down to aim your cursor. Push forwards and backwards to move forwards and backwards. This will move where your crosshair is aimed. Push the center button to fire a plunger and collect and reel in 3 fish. Shoot eels 3 times to avoid them. That's some real good gamer advice right there. Walk through the coins to collect them and restore stamina. Let me just real quick here, just to something weird on my end. Just want to make sure I have mouse controls functioning properly. Give me just a moment. Great. There is a separate setting that controls the mouse on window. Let's see. Is this? There we go. Okay, good. We're good now. So this is the fishing game. So we push this in and out to approach fish, and boom! Got him. So this has, I got electrocuted. This has what I would describe as being sort of Wiimote style controls, where you can aim a little bit, but it's interesting. There is a three-dimensional box that your control is being kept inside. Oh, interesting. You can feel the pull of the fish as it's coming back. So you shoot it out, and then you get the opposite physics reaction when it comes back to you. It's a long minigame. So I'll try to demonstrate this. There is a three-dimensional box right now, so I can move left and right to aim. But when I get outside the box, it just scrolls like that. So it naturally tries to limit your controls to being within the quote-unquote box. So that way you're like actively aiming. I don't know, it's neat. It basically tries to define some space for your controls besides just I keep getting electrocuted by these things. And move down. But yeah, this is not something that I think necessarily needs the Novint Falcon. It's a novel way to play it, but again, this might have been at home on like the Wii Play, for instance. There are some games that use the force feedback, I think, a little more novelly, but that's just an example of the kind of games that are on this. All right, we got first place, great. I'm gonna try hard difficulty just to see what it's like. I'm just curious what a hard version of this game could be, because that was pretty easy. How does it do this? Oh, we said in the main menu, right. The Newton's Monkey Business menu. Let's do, I'll move the mouse out of the way too. Skill level, expert, there we go. Also, I saw let's see what people were saying in chat. In terms of game integration, the Falcon's SDK was integrating with a specialized haptics engine called haptX. That's pretty intense. That's all I've got. That's really intense, yeah. This definitely seems like something that made it out of a laboratory. I'm amazed it only cost, what, $200 at launch? Was that the launch price of this thing? All right, let's see what hard is. If it is any different in... Oh, okay, there's a lot of resistance on the controller now. It's a little harder to move forward and backward. It feels more like you're moving through water a little bit. Also, oh, the worms that electrocute you are also moving now. Also, some good collision physics. It just goes right through the wall. Okay, there's more resistance on moving with this thing. Yeah, this music is quite good. Okay, let's see, move forward. Oh no, we don't want that. Actually, what is the worm? I thought the worm was electrocuting me. Oh, the hook pulls you out. Okay, we don't want to get hooked out. That's okay. So are we a fish? Is that the conceit of this? But yeah, okay, so hard mode, yeah, it is a little more difficult to navigate. You have to put a little more force and resistance into it. You can see how much the controller is moving. I have to put that much force in it to move forward. Like, pushing forward is tougher on this thing. There we go. Oddly, it's easier to move backwards. I might just do that. There's less resistance to moving back than there is moving forward. Oh no, I gotta pull a little. I do have to pull it a little bit to move backward now. So, okay, so hard does customize the physics as well. I did pick out one game that has especially tough physics to show you what some of the resistances look like on this thing. But yeah, I think it's easier to imagine, like, if you think about what the applications are for this, I imagine it's like mini games or first-person shooters. And yeah, Balthazar, if this isn't a perfect example of what you can learn from ROMchip, yeah, I don't know what else would be. This is the kind of thing where it's difficult to really explain what this thing is unless you're either using it hands-on or someone is really explaining all the context about what the company was doing, about things like the haptics engine and the sort of the open source community that has apparently, the open source community of one that has developed around this game. And you know how you make more of that research possible is by donating to ROMchip. I understand we're getting pretty close to the Tier 2 goal, which will allow them to commission an original piece of writing. Maybe they can commission you in chat to write about Newton's monkey business. Probably not, but they could. It's an option. All right, we're gonna do number 2, Feeling It Home Run Smash Out. Click to play this minigame. Move the Falcon grip to swing, push the button for the next pitch. So this is the opposite of what we just did. Move the Falcon to the left, not too hard to swing the bat. You do have the Pinata. Great. Okay, I want to make sure the Falcon is still in view. You can still see that pretty well. Great. Okay, I can see Laine right now. Laine is taking a selfie with the Pinata. Just checked in on that. Great. All right, folks. Feeling it, home run smash. Slam as many home runs as you can, just like we're gonna slam that donation goal of $8,000. I guess we've been saying smash. Gotta get real precise with this. You can move up and down a little. All right, timing is everything on this game. No luck. So I don't know if you get... Oh, look at that. Boom. 1 home run. Okay, you do have to get a home run to score. You can't just bunt. You have to slam it to the left. Nope, no luck. Oh! Monkey sport. I want to know about the fictional monkey world this game takes place in. Also, I love the Novint sports logo down there. That's just amazing to me. I love the history of companies. Oh, that is not okay. I love companies that like tried to become sports game companies but did not succeed. I think that's just fascinating. Maxis very briefly had a Maxis sports brand that did not work super well. No. Okay, I can do better than 2. I'm gonna do that one again now that I'm getting used to it. This is neat. I think that this shows some of the neat stuff you can do with the motion controls on this. Like, I think there's an analog between this and like Wiimotes. Because it is, you're moving a point around in 3D space, but you're able to, like, we all love Wii Sports, but I think we can look back and say, like, part of that is that it's, you know, inherently, there's no feedback in what you're doing. You're not getting, like, the sensation of hitting the ball or whatever, versus this definitely has that built in, and it adds a lot to these motion-based games to actually have that physical sensation happening. I don't think there's any feedback in this one. I think the feeling that sports games are mostly motion controlled. Okay, we just gotta keep doing ball after ball after ball. We can't linger, we just gotta keep... There we go, just gotta keep moving. Nope, just gotta... We're not getting a single home run. Maybe move the... What? Physics, ladies and gentlemen. No, this is not... Okay. Maybe I just keep it at the center? Let's see. Okay, we have to do better than this. We're hitting a lot of balls, we're just not... Let's see if I really just, like... jerk it. Okay, I gotta really hit that thing to get any kind of momentum. We can do better than that. We can do better than that just now. 0 points. Truly embarrassing on my part. ROMchip will not have me back on the stream in the future after that performance. Hey, Ape Litter's back. Ape Litter was over here earlier helping me test stuff. He was helping us rip some things we just got at the Video Game History Foundation. That it was some really great material. Maybe there's an article in there. Maybe you want to write behind the scenes that some of these game companies we have materials on. Maybe there's, you know, if we hit $8,000, maybe there's some cash to make that happen from ROMchip. Never put anything on DAT tape. It's horrible. No one should ever have to think about DAT tapes. Man, what are we missing here? I just saw my friend, I got a Steam notification just now. My friend MC Catfax is playing Hades 2. MC Catfax, watch this stream instead. What are you doing? Why are you not participating in this? You're gonna watch me, like, injure myself playing... Okay, I need to rest my arm. I have not been resting my arm here. I am ignoring its instructions. It's very kind instructions. How am I not hitting these? What am I missing? What did I do that first time that I was doing so well, and now it's just... I mean, part of this timing, even the ones I hit, I'm just sending straight down into hell. Like, none of this is... Okay, I got it. We have to hit one more home run before we move on. Dan there asked, is this game engine integration possible or planned for the future? So this does... it does come with a set of... What's it called here? I have it open. It's called... oh, I have it minimized. But they have... I think it's... Let me scroll real quick. Where is it? It's on my taskbar. So there is something called... I guess it's just called Falcon Device. FGen is what they call it. FGen lets you create custom control sets for games, but it doesn't really give you the same force feedback. It's really just mapping inputs to this device. There are a lot of games that I'm going to quickly mention PC Gaming Wiki, which is a great resource, but they mention a lot of games that have quote-unquote Falcon support that really it's just those F-Gen mods, which at least let you control things, but you're not getting the same force feedback or resistance that you would get. Okay, maybe I just have to swing it a little more gently, because that was much better. A little more gently. The Q-mod can answer those questions for sure. Because the Q-mod was working, sorry, Q-dot, excuse me. It looked like you were developing open source stuff, so it sounds like maybe, but it sounds like it's not a turnkey operation by any means. If you want to try one of these out yourself, you can get one. They're on eBay. Their supply is low, but so is demand. There's quite a few on eBay, but they're all like $800. So if you really want one, you can do that. And luckily, some folks have put together something called the, I'm going to shout out the Novint Falcon. I believe it's called the Preservation Package or something like that. I think it's the Novint Falcon Preservation Archive. Has all the various patches for games. It has Newton's Monkey Business as an ISO you can play. Our copies do not come with Newton's Monkey Business, unfortunately, so that was vital for us. Alright, we're gonna do a racing game now called Rowdy Roadie's Road Race. Say that 4 times fast. Rowdy Roadie's Road Race, Rowdy Roadie's Road Race, Rowdy Roadie's Road Race, Rowdy Roadie's Road Race. Oh, I missed the control. Oh, Jesus, no. I'll go back. Oh my god. What are the controls? We're gonna find out. Shit. Can I swear in this stream? What? Oh, it's because I hit escape as it was starting. It automatically quit. Okay. We need to... No, that loaded too fast. This was not made for the era of SSDs. That loading screen was way too fast. I didn't get to, like, actually see how this is played. All right. Push forward against the spring to make it accelerate and go forwards. Put the device to the center. And then left and right to turn. Oh, I can really... It's locked in. This is the full range of motion I have left and right. I cannot steer this, so I have to push forward to get it to go. Oh, I can... It's... I've got to hold it down. I can really push it forward. There we go. Oh my god, I'm putting my whole arm weight. Oh, I can punch people too. Oh, this is Road Rash. Oh, it can't go off course. Okay. Oh, I am putting my full arm weight on this, which if you can see the size of my wrist, my full arm weight is not that much. But I'm having to hold the Falcon down with my hand to get this to work. To make it not slide out of control. Got him. Oh, wow, you really gotta push this in to get full speed. Holy moly. Oh, went off course. Yeah, let's get us up to 7169. It's right there, folks. You can get it a couple bucks. If you're enjoying this, if you're enjoying watching this chaos, I'm in 5th position. This is going about as badly as it possibly could for me right now. I don't know where I am in this course anymore. It is way too ungenerous about... Yo, I am on medium. Let's try this on easy. It might be a little easier. I don't even want to think about what hard is. But, okay, interestingly, watch this. When you go off the road, watch how this vibrates. Look at that. It's simulating the texture of dirt that you're riding on. The asphalt is nice and smooth, but when I hit this, it kind of pushes back from the right side. Let's do this on easy mode. Man, this thing has just already come off the tape. This was a terrible idea. This is not working at all. It's sticking to itself really well. Yeah, the steering is, because it only has a very, like, the range is this far left and right for the steering, so it's, yeah, it is really sensitive. If we put it on easy, I think it's going to give us a bigger range. I picked one game on here specifically because it has the most tight, sensitive controls I've ever seen for, I don't know, for something with this ever seen. I played this thing for a day yesterday. I can't talk authoritatively about it. All right, this is much easier. There, I can push much stronger against. There we go. Yeah, I can push much stronger against this, and the controls are a little. I feel much more in control now doing it like this. Oh, that was weird. Whoa, whoa. I get the sense that the folks at Novint were hardware engineers first, I will say politely. Oh man, you really gotta push in to get this thing going. Ah, too far off the road. Falling rocks ahead. Got him. I don't see any falling rock. Wow, yeah, you can see, I don't know if you can see it, but you can see it shaking a little bit when I go through those dirt patches. Oh, it's jostling around when I hit. Oh God. Everything I hit is making it shake back and forth violently. Now keep in mind, when we get to Half-Life 2, we are playing this right now. This is one of the built-in demos. This is the, like, approved, this is safe for humans to play with settings for the Novint Falcon. Half-Life 2 is going to be significantly worse. Like, on its own, Half-Life 2 is already, does a lot more with force feedback, but it's gonna get real intense. But you can see how maybe this could work for certain games. The lack of grip on this, on the table, is really frustrating. It does, I would say, Oh, oil slick, I lost control for a second there, but it does significantly limit, you know, the ability to, like, I think especially forward and backward movement is really limited by how much you can move the Falcon controller. I do love feeling those bumps. That's not too different from Knockout. Got him. First place, let's go. It's not that different from how, oh my god, force feedback on controllers feels. Except that it's affecting your whole arm instead of just your hand. You know, I don't think I need to push as hard. I'm gonna ease up a little bit. I'm gonna ease up on the force feedback a little bit. There we go. Okay, I don't need to keep pushing it all the way. I could hold it back. You don't need to actively push it all the way to go fast. You could have it just a little bit out. You know, I'm gonna do that one more time and just confirm that because I want to make sure I'm not. Actually, no, we only have 20 minutes before Half-Life 2. I'm gonna keep going. We got like more mini games to play. We have Roly Poly Rollin' to play. This one is the one that has the most tight controls I've ever seen. This is a monkey ball type game, or maybe a Marble It Up Ultra, if you will. That's a real good game. But this right here is the range I have on this controller. So what I have to do is I have to push in and very, very slightly turn. Oh, let's go down this ramp. Okay, this thing is clearly, so this is not an even sphere, it's sort of a torus shape, and it's clearly trying to orient my touch, to keep the curved part of the torus on the ground. I'm really pushing against the forces that, oh god, it's bouncing. That curve was fascinating. I really had to like push back against the force there, like a minimal touch moves it forward and backward. Like if you try to push really hard, that's not necessary, but all right, let's see if I can do it Sonic style. Oh, Sonic style, okay. You don't feel that so much. Get a little jostle when you pick up a coin. Yeah, this one is much more subtle. Like, again, the whole control range we have here is this little tiny quadrant right here. Let's get that raspberry. Is that a leafless strawberry? Is that blowing? Yeah, it's blowing it, okay. It is really unsettling, because you can feel the shape of the thing you're moving fighting against you. You can feel it trying to reorient itself, which is a really unsettling feeling. And it's hard to turn. There's a lot of resistance in turning because, again, it's not like a marble. It's this like kind of toroidal object, so you really have to force it to get it to give a good solid turn. Ugh, okay, where's Leaf? There we go. Leaf. But it's interesting, because I think, you know, I talked about the big force feedback we put out, and we saw that a lot on the last game. We saw a lot of that strong force. I like this because it's a good example of how subtle it can be if you want it to be. That you can do these... Oh, that's terrible. Okay, actually, I'm going to go back and show you that one more time. That was fascinating. This is Marble Madness, yes. Also, want to respond to chat. How much are you relying on force feedback control the movements and designs you're making? Yeah, so I think that's one of the reasons Half-Life 2 specifically, which we'll show, was a little frustrating because that one already has recoil, and then it also simulates the recoil on the controller, which then translates to mouse input. So it's just this kind of repeating cycle of it's weird. It's you do have to design around that, and I wonder if that's not why there wasn't a built-in audience for this. Like, it's not, you know, just something you can kind of add support for willy-nilly, not willy-nilly, easily. You're having to think about how that affects game design in a pretty significant way. I feel like there would be a good article in there. Okay, I don't know what the SDK situation QDOT was talking about was, but if that's something that someone could theoretically use, it would be fascinating to see an article of someone walking through attempting to develop a game that uses the Novint Falcon as sort of a like research and practice, trying to understand the system and why and didn't succeed, and the, you know, contemporary reviews at the time. I think that'd be really interesting. I want ROMchip to commission that article. And the thing is, they can if you donate to this stream. We're getting pretty close to the $8,000 mark on our donos, unless I missed something. I've got one more hour, a little bit more of Novint Falcon time left. If you like what you are seeing, if you like my constant panic screams playing this thing, please kick in a couple bucks to support ROMchip. They are an independent journal of video game histories that targets not just academics, but other folks who want to read things and maybe don't know what praxis is. Or maybe it's folks who say how instead of the way in which. They should be allowed to read things too. And ROMchip is putting out high quality research for a broad hybrid audience. It's a really great mission. I'm a proud contributor to ROMchip, and we'd love it if you supported this. Look at this. Look at that. That's amazing. They didn't get the physics of the platform in, so it just bounces its way down. Messy. All right, that's really totally rolling. We got 2 more mini games, and then if we have a little more time, might try a couple other ones. I have not tried this. This is the rhythm game. It's called Top Beat. Move the grip right and left position over drumstick, and then I just lightly tap it, I guess. So this is rhythm heaven, is what I'm getting out of this. Oh, that's actually really cool because the drum heads are a little... Oh. Is it synced to the... Okay, it is synced to the music. Good. Is it? It's not synced to the music. Oh, that's so frustrating. It's not synchronized to the beat. There is just music playing and notes coming down at different times. But it's really cool. The drum heads have this sort of, it's like the rubber feel from the demo we saw, where it's a little elasticy, so it's not a hard surface. It gives a little bit when you touch it. But that's like, I want to know what game Harmonix would have made with the Novint Falcon. Like, they were doing things like the Axe, right? That's another article maybe someone could write, is exploring the idea of peripheral-based rhythm games and exploring the evolution of that format and how those developers conceived of interactions with, you know, rhythm-based gameplay using either custom peripherals or things like, you know, not just Guitar Hero, but the Guitar Hero clones that use keyboards or whatnot. There's a lot of interesting articles, and you know what? You watching chat right now could be the person to write those for ROMchip. Again, ROMchip's got some pretty big articles. They also have things called materials articles, where people write about individual, interesting finds from video game history, things they might have in their collections they acquired, rare materials, unusual hardware, odd things they noticed digging through game contents and source code. I guarantee we probably have a lot of hobbyists in here. You might have something like that. You too can be a contributor to ROMchip. It's not just for professors. It's not just for people trying to publish or perish. That's what a hybrid audience journal is. It's for a broad audience. And I love that is ROMchip's mission. That's why I'm really happy to support him today. Yes, thank you. I wrote my article about, I don't know if Kiteline is here in chat. Kiteline, if you're here, shout out to the game Comer, which we're talking about right now. It is a fascinating, independently produced game from Hong Kong. It is a Myst clone. Directly control the table channel by moving it. All right, so we're just gonna, let's see. I'm bad at normal table tennis. Sucker. That's kind of cool. You do a... Okay, I think it's an auto hit. Okay, it does auto hit. And it gives you the feedback, but I think you can also like whip it around a little bit. But this is cool because it's hitting at different points in three-dimensional space, and so you can move to those points. This actually is really cool. Wii Tennis, I think as we all know, handles a lot of the input stuff. This, you can actually get it to I think it does, okay, it auto handles it. I'm just gonna get it to the 3D point, but this actually is a good use of the 3D touch because you can line it up with specific points in space. Oh, like that, you can respond to like really high volleys. Oh, that didn't work. So this is actually a really cool use of the 3D controls. Okay, maybe I do have to hit it. You know what? Let's reread the instructions. I want to see what that second part said, because it is auto hitting it, but I feel like maybe I need to give it a little oomph to get over. And no, ROMchip, it is pronounced Cummer. In the game, you play as, I believe, you are a character who arrives at a destination, and they call you I think it's the 27th Cummer. Okay, so it says you can do like little movements, like slide the ball, like to whip it around a little bit to hit it, like that. Whoosh, whoosh. Put a little spin on it. All right, so I can. Oh. Well, it looked good. That was a decent hit, but I don't think we're gonna succeed. But I think this is a real, like, there's not, honestly, with the Falcon, there's not too many good whoa, look at that spin, holy moly. There's not a lot of good showcases for the 3D mouse aspect of it. It's either, you know, it's really just mapping inputs. Like, even the fishing game, not the greatest fishing game in the world, but it did a thing where it said, like, move the mouse in and out, or use WASD. And it's like, well, what's the point? You're just, you know, mapping like linear inputs to front and back. This is a really good example of how having full 3D control really changes the kind of game you can have in here. This is a different experience than playing something like Wii Tennis, in what I would think is a meaningful way. This is meaningfully different. Okay, we're doing better, we're doing better. After this, I'm gonna just read off the list of minigames, and if anyone has a really strong opinion about one, let me know, and we will play that minigame before time is up on this, and before we go over to Ravenholm. Gotta get used to having my arm up on this table. I'm still not following the recommended safety instructions. See, there's an idea, using two of these and doing like dual joystick controls, like that'd be something. That would be an incredible waste of time, but it would be fascinating. I can't imagine a game that would benefit from having two grabby hand controllers. It's I don't know, that's... I can flip it, that's cool. Yeah! Oh, look at that extreme spin I just put on that thing. We're not going to succeed at table tennis. This is easy mode and we're still suffering. So I'm going to back out of here real quick. I'm going to read the minigame list off to y'all, and you can help me pick which ones we're going to play with the 10 minutes remaining. Okay, Q-Dot, yeah, I saw you on, was it Blue Sky? I think I saw you talking about your 5, it's crazy. All right, so, gonna bring the mouse back. Newton's Monkey Business. Let's give it one more go. Once more into the breach here. Okay, so I'm just going to read the list because you can't see it. Let me know which one of these stands out to you, if any. We got Airtable Hockey, Aquatrius, Arcade Roller, Top Pin Bowling, Cucaracha, Dino Bola, Duck Launch, Hook and Weight Fishing, Golf, 3-Point Shootout, Impulse Thruster, Mad Sam's Shootout, Newton's Apple, Pinball Challenge, Penguin Push, RC Extreme Impact, and snowboarding. All right, people want to see Cucaracha. They want to see bowling. One second, I'm just going to disable things real quick here. One sec here. Where did I put bowling? Top pin bowling. Okay. Duck launch for sure. People want to see golf. Want to see impulse thruster, possibly. That brings us to 5. Snowboarding. Okay. I kind of want to see Dino Bola because I have no idea what that is. I'm going to do that over snowboarding because I think that's going to be another racing game. So we've got bowling, cucaracha, Dino Bola, duck launch, golf, and impulse thruster. We'll do some of these. Also, I did see there is somebody has made. I don't know if we get it if it's like Thingiverse, but somebody has made a cursor that looks like a hand. So you just like handshake your Novint Falcon, which is really weird, but I appreciate it. Like if you're gonna make a new controller for this thing, make it weird. Don't just make like, you know, like a trackball or something. Like no, make a totally freaky ass controller. I think that's the right way to do it. Oh, these were all made by separate developers. Okay, that's why 3 Point Shootout, the basketball game, is one of the worst games I've ever played. So we're not playing that one on stream. But that explains why they just had other developers make essentially tech demo games for this. And that might also be why they all have different levels of resistance. Like we saw how much you had to push and pull things on the racing game, and then how much more tightly confined it was on the roly-poly game. And maybe that's why. Maybe it's because different developers were approaching it different ways. There we go. There's the link to that, the Thingiverse. Great. All right, we'll do a little bit of each of these. All right, grab the ball, pressing front and center. Click and drag the left button to change position. Okay, so it's going to be Wii bowling style. Move back and then move forward. And then, okay, if we're on medium or hard, we can do spin. Do not throw too hard, it warns you. There's our hand. All right. All right, so, oh look, I can't move it left or right. That is just, I cannot do that. It is not, all right, so let's move it a little bit. I think if you could put, on a medium difficulty, this would be better because you could actually put spin on the controller instead of just moving it around, but. Right now, it's just very much a straightaway. Again, I imagine medium and hard, this is more fun. Boom. We can keep doing, oh, let's. Boom. Yeah, on easy mode with actually, in general, with very little, with no spin, this is trivially easy. I say before I don't get a strike that time, but. Oh, I can turn it too. Oh, I can turn it, all right. That's what it looks like doing normal bowling anyway whenever I go bowling. I was just thinking, like, do you think in our lifetimes bowling is going to go extinct? It's such a purpose-built thing, and I feel like it's just falling more and more out of vogue. Move the Falcon grip in any direction with the mallet. Hit the mallet down on a cockroach to smash it and protect your food? Folks, thanks for your support for ROMchip, a journal of video game histories. This is an important journal that is documenting important stories in video game history. Important advances in haptic technology that allows us to experience immersion we've never been able to see before in video games. Before this, you would have to use a gamepad, or a mouse, or like that weird virtual guitar pick controller that you could use for that one game that IBM made with Aerosmith in it. This is the future of entertainment right here. Wait, is there no penalty for if it just take your food? This feels... Oh, you lose 2 points, okay. This feels offensive, but I don't know who it's offensive to. There's just something weird happening here. This has a malevolent energy to it. Also, the lighting in the background is like weirdly good for this collection of games. Yeah, I don't know. That was okay. All right, we got. This is Cucaracha again. Oh, did they just forget to change the? when they copied and pasted like the entry for this game, they forgot to change the name. Dino Bola. Click and drag the center ball to grab the bola. While holding the button, swing the bola in a circle. When timing is right, let go. Oh, so we're gonna be capturing some dinosaurs with the bola. All right, throw the bola and hit some dinosaurs. All right. Wait, so I have to... This is very hard to control. How did I... You have to spin it around, right? Oh, I really do not know how to control this thing. I think I have to give this one another go. This is very confusing. Just spin it around. What the hell? I don't know. Got him, there we go. Wait, how do I have 1,000 points? Is that just from one dinosaur, or am I just getting points for just... No, what? Okay, this is like an extreme application of that demo. Way to finish strong. What are you talking about? I killed one dinosaur and almost broke one of my fingers. Like, this is not... Okay, we need to try that one again. We got to do the run back on that one. What? So that felt like the demo we saw earlier with the ball on the chain. It felt like an extreme violent application of that. Let's say, okay, while holding the button, swing the ball around a circle. The timing is right. Let go of the button. Throw the ball. Do not let go. Do not to let go of the grip. Don't throw too hard. Click and drag the center button to grab the bola. Okay. Let's try this again. Throw the bola and hit some dinosaurs. All right, so grabbing it, swing it around. Huh. So look, okay, when I hold it down, it starts swinging. I don't know how to get it far, though, is the issue. Okay, I can't tell what plane I'm supposed to be doing this on is the issue. Oh, there we go, got him. I think it's the horizontal plane. Oh my god. Got him, there we go. Okay, I think it's doing the horizontal plane movement is the... That's the trick. Also, is there no audio in this, or did it just not, just crap out for some reason? Oh, almost got that guy, but not quite. Way to finish strong. Hey, Jason, welcome back to the stream. You're here just in time for the Novint Falcon Power Hour. Sorry, hour 2 of the Novint Falcon Power Hour. We got a couple more mini games to play here, and then we're moving to Half-Life, folks. And we're moving to your donation incentive to physically injure me while playing with this thing. All right, what else? Oh, no. Go back to Trophy Main. Did I get a trophy of some sort? No, okay. All right, what else we got? Duck Launch. Click to play this mini game. Reach forward and with your hand to grab the duck. You'll feel a slight pull. Click and drag the center back. Oh, it's a slingshot game. Okay. Okay, so it's duck slingshot. Oh, this is... Okay. Okay. Okay, that's putting like my full arm force into that throw. There we go. Can we do any better? Oh, it didn't work at all. Okay, moving nice and close. And... All right, let's do it up a little bit this time. Okay, I'm never not gonna laugh at this. Okay, we gotta get one duck in the hole. I love the duck flag too. Nope, that's wrong. Can I just fire straight up? Is that? No, okay. I love this game. This is my favorite so far. I don't know what that was. I'm not explaining. Oh, we gotta get a duck in the hole. Yeah, you're free to interpret that as you wish. I'm not adding anything to that. Click the front and center button to bring up the action chooser. Oh, select hit mode to swing, direction mode to aim. Swing, move the grip to the right and bring the club back, then move smoothly to the left to hit the ball. All right. This feels like it's hitting the limits of what you can do with the Falcon as a controller, having to do like radial menus. All right. What? That was not a nice stroke. This feels really tortured. There we go. Oh, ooh, whoa, okay. That's what's going on here. All right, so I got the ball in place. All right, so move. Okay, move left and right. That's it. So right and. There we go. Yeah, this is closer to the approach of something like the Golf Club, that series of games where it's motion-based, but it's a different click system. Like this is a little weird to me. So moving in and out. Oh, so moving in and out adjusts the power? Is that what it is? All right. Hit mode. So can we... it's kind of unclear to me what moving in and out does, but it's right to... Oh, interesting. How did... See, it changed the power setting on... Oh... This one's weird. Okay. It could be interesting, but yeah, it's very... I wish it gave you a better way to check the controls were while you're playing, because that could be interesting. It's just really, really particular. We're almost in 8K territory, folks. Incredible stuff. I'm thrilled about this. But first, we got one more game here before we're going to have to do Impulse Thruster. Click to play this game standalone. Aim your cursor by moving the grip left, up, up, down. Push forward. To make your craft accelerate, pull back to go backwards, click to shoot. Okay, this is going to be a hovercraft shooter game, folk. Oh, is it going? This is a separate application it just launched. What just... I don't know if this is coming through. Video is getting really messed up on my end. 1 second here. Okay, you can... Okay, this is just going to look like this, I guess. Or is it going to crash? What the hell's going on? I don't think we're going to play Impulse... Oh, there we go. Get as many as you can. What the hell's going? This is not... All right, it's just gonna look like this. Okay. Oh, it's not even showing for you. You can see it on my screen, but it's not showing for you. Well, that's no good. For some reason, it does not let me do windowed mode on this game. You see a black screen right now. It is just a really dinky-looking shooter. We're gonna play a good shooter, though. We're gonna back out of this now. I'm gonna take a quick pause and grab some water. Give me just a moment here back out of this program. While I'm stepping away for just a couple seconds, I see Laine, you're in the room. I'm gonna get my headphones on. Laine, how are we doing? What are we at? I cannot see the donation tracker right now. I want to know more about what's going on, how we're doing right now. I cannot see the donation tracker right now. I want to know more about what's going on, how we're doing right now.
Am I coming in? What's going on? Oh shit, I'm live. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I was watching Twitch. Yes, Phil, we are at $7,900.01. Are you? Hold on, I've lost all other audio. Oh, hold on. There we go. Okay, I can probably hear you now. So, Phil, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, amazing. We've got audio. Let's get Dave in here as well. So, yeah, we're at 7,900 and a cent. We already have the epic birthday pinata all geared up for when we smash that $8,000 goal. It's full of epic sour Mike and Ike's and Twizzler Bites, yes, and some Mary Janes that I found in the bottom of a drawer in my office. So watch out, NYU custodial staff. This is going to be a real messy one. and I think I'm going to smash it open with an old Lenovo laptop. So these are our current plans. But yeah, that's how we're doing. And yeah, we've got a lot of balloons. I'm surprised they're still sticking to my ceiling. But Phil, you're doing the Lord's work in here, and I can't wait to see what you have all prepped up for the second half of the show.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's good. Give me a sec here. I'm going to get back on now. So this actually comes really circular. I feel like we've had a lot of themes on the stream, and two of them, first off, Dave Parisi's research is one of those themes. The second one is the importance of Half-Life 2 as a groundbreaking physics game. Both these things are true.
Yes, yes. And yeah, physics, Bennett Foddy gave us like a masterclass game design lecture earlier, really early in today's stream about the history of physics games. And yeah, Dave, any thoughts on this live demo?
The demo has been amazing.
Awesome.
It's a really hard device to narrate your way through if you're not actually experiencing it. You're just killing it, Phil.
Awesome. Glad.
Yeah,
All
Phil,
right,
you are an extremely talented streamer in several ways. One, just describing what's happening in your hand, and also you narrate a technical difficulty very nicely. So
when I stream, I'm always doing like old Windows 95 games. So like I'm used to technical difficulties being 50% of the stream. So I'm good at this. All right. I'm going to jump back in the zone now. We've got Half-Life 2 ready to go, folks.
yes, fire it up, Phil. And I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to smash tier 2, and then I'm going to smash this pinata. Okay, but not too hard.
Don't pre-smash that thing.
All right. More soon.
All right, here we go. All right, folks. It's time to play Half-Life 2. Now, before we get to our donation incentive that we have successfully met, I want to show you what this looks like in practice first normally. I promise we are going to play through the Ravenholm level of Half-Life 2. There's a lot of physics in this level. This is a great test bed to show you what the Novint Falcon can do in a more traditional game-like setting. So first off, something interesting. In this game, if you hit a wall, it gives you a little feedback. You can feel the wall a little bit when you push into it. When you fire a weapon, there is recoil on your weapon. And most importantly, when you use the gravity gun, this thing moves. This thing just like sails out of your hand. That is not me doing that for a joke. That is what it looks like when you use this weapon. Let's pick up an object and show you. When you pick this up, you can feel the weight of this thing a little bit. And when you throw it, boom, just full force on the controller like that. That is what Half-Life 2 does by default. Because we reached our $6,000 donation goal, here's the internal settings. We're at about 30% on the Force Master scale. I'm pushing this thing as far as it can possibly go. Every force is going to send my arm reeling across the table. I might die. We're going to see what happens, folks. Oh, this already feels weird. All right, I'm going to shoot a pistol. Oh my god. Oh god. So this violent shaking, this is the reaction to me walking. Oh my god, this is unworkable. This is just the texture of the ground and the game responding to it. Let's pick up an object and see what happens. Oh god. Oh, that's a heavy saw. Oh my god, look at that. Watch, if I just let it go, it just goes down like that. Oh my god. Oh, this feels like lifting a 15-pound weight. Oh, good god. Okay. You know what? I'm going to turn one of the settings down for the sake of making this usable. Environment forces I will turn down. That is the thing where it's like if you walk into a wall, you feel the feedback. Because otherwise, it's just going to be weight. Or is that recoil forces? I can't tell. But that's. I have to figure out what setting that is because that is going to be unusable. That is going to make this into just like not even fun chaos, just like the chaos of the screen is rapidly flashing for the next hour. Maybe that is, oh god, like that. Like, okay, maybe that is environment forces. I just want to make sure we have a fun chaos stream and not a stream where you can't tell what's even happening. Let's turn this down, environment force down a little bit more. Let's see if that, okay, that's more reasonable. So we can turn that up a little bit. But everything else, the gravity gun, the weapons, I'm going to keep that as is. I just want to make sure when I walk into a wall, it's not like ricocheting the controller around. Like that's pretty good ricochet. You know what? It can go up a little more. Y'all earned it. A little bit more. There we go. But not full on that one. That's a little too much. So then now when I walk into it, there we go. That's pretty good. Walking into a wall of chaos. Great. All right, got this. So I'll jump over the table and have to knock these out of the way. Boom, boom. Do I dare use the pistol? So that's what I was saying about you have the recoil in the game and then it applies its own additional recoil to the controller. Oh my god. Crowbar is... It is movement. I mean, this is like if I was trapped in a cabin with zombies, this is what it would look like. This is 100% what it would be like. Oh my god, okay. Let's pick up the saw again. Where are we? Where's our zombie? Ooh, oh my god. Pick the crate. See, like you can't move this in and out with the 3D controls. It's just a crate. I want to make sure we can see where we are. There we go. You know what? I want to get one of those explosive canisters. That's going to be fun to use. Not a barrel. There's a canister back there. Where did it go? There it is. We'll take this guy with us. This will cause him. It really is amazing how you can, again, watch. Like when you let go, you can feel the weight of the object you're controlling. Quickly switching tabs so I can make sure I can read chat. There we go. All right.
For it was said, they have become like these peculiar demons which dwell in matter.
Where is he?
No life may be found.
He's somewhere. He's yelling at me, but I can't figure out where he is. All right, let's not get that caught in the blaze of the fan. There we go. Oh, God. Crowbar. God, this is all the controller. This is it giving force feedback. My wrist already hurts. Alright, can we pick this up? Oh, that's a heavy boy. That's nice and heavy. Can we spin this? There we go. Look at that. Look at that feedback. Look at just how much raw feedback comes out of that thing when you... This isn't even fire. This is just empty firing. Does that big of a motion? Okay, you know what? I am gonna turn environmental back up. I feel like that is part of the chaos. Let's ease it back up. Let's ease into it. Let's get used to what this feels like to bump into a wall. Like that's what happened. Oh my god! Like bumping into a wall does that. I'm gonna die. I can't. Oh my god. All right. Do I have any ammo? No, I don't. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, do I have to restart? Okay, I gotta remember. No, okay, we are quick saving. That's right. Half-Life does auto quick save. Great. Great. Oh my god. Oh, good god. Stop moving. Ah. This is not gonna work. This is, oh, sorry, our folks, okay, I see there's some argument in chat, go harder or don't go harder. I might turn environmental forces back down, that's the only one that's really screwing things up. Let's see if I can, oh, that is, okay, folks, does Half-Life 2 have an impulse control for doing it so you can't die? Not God mode, but just, you know, the, like, you can't go lower than 1 health. Is that an option in Half-Life 2? Because I will enable that. Oh god. Stop hitting yourself. It's just ripping the towel up. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to like clean the desk after this. But right now, in a calm moment, we can see an illustration of the box. Like this is, you can see the sort of 3D box I can move this in. And when I get to the edge here, I can move it a little more, but it's hard to. It kind of, it wants to discourage you. Is that the, that's better Buddha? Is that the... Or is it just... Okay, Buddha mode. Okay, that's what it's called in a lot of shooters. So this will prevent us from dying. Great. All right, okay, environmental control is the one that's really, really too intense. So I'm going to keep that medium. Everything else will be as strong as it can get.
For the days of my life have vanished like that, and my bones are parched like that. And that all my
It's really the fact that it does the recoil in both areas. It does it in game and it does it in real life. It's just such a weird feeling. It's like any action you do, any action you take has just an extreme effect in the real world as well. All right. I should be able to feel the explosives too, but I haven't gotten there. Oh, can I zap the? I forget if I can zap the head crabs or not. But what I will do is turn this thing, and there we go. Get these guys all chopped up. Oh my god, where am I? What year is it? Oh my god. I'm sweat. What was that? Was that like just uneven? What was I? Okay, because I'm bouncing into the wall just a little bit. It was shaking the controller violently like that. I am exhausted already. This is something else. Let's see how this feels when I blow this up near it. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Just a normal jostle. But see, now we're not dead. We can still live. This is good. This is what we want. We want to continue to live. I definitely want to see what the force feedback of the shotgun feels like. There, we got some health.
Who is this? Another life?
No force feedback on the.
I'll keep my eye on you. More than that, I cannot promise.
On the interactables like that. Oh my god. Oh, the crowbar I think is the worst. Just the way it watch this. Just the way it jostles the controls. Okay, it told me not to put my second hand near the controller, so I'm gonna pause to reset this thing. This is a lost cause. This is a lost cause. Folks, if you are joining the stream to watch the carnage, my name is Phil Salvador. I'm the library director at the Video Game History Foundation, and we are raising money for ROMchip. ROMchip is a journal of video game history. It is, when you think journal, you think about academic journals, and that is what it is. It produces amazing, high-quality academic research, but it does it for a hybrid audience. This isn't just academics talking to academics. They're writing this for you to read. They're writing it for folks to engage with what's happening in the academy. There's a lot of great video game history research happening out there, and ROMchip is one of the journals for sharing it with the wider audience. Previously, they were supported by universities. They are now going independent, and they are raising money to keep things going for another year. I don't know where we stand on things right now. Oh, Nina Marie okay, Nina's back. Okay, great. That wasn't a raid, that was just Nina's back. Hello, Nina, good to see you again. They're raising money not just to keep things going, but also to commission original work. I don't know if we're at the tier 2 goal right now. I've not been paying close attention if we've gotten to that, but if we get to $8,000, that means they'll be able to potentially translate a work that has never been published in English and get it into the journal. I think that's what you said it was. Was it translating into English, or was it translating an existing article into another language? I forget what you said the translation goal was. Or they may also commission a writer to create a new piece, which is also very exciting. Oh my god, the electricity. This is... Oh, that is awful. Oh! Okay, watch this. Oh, gonna stand next to this and just let go. So yeah, those are pretty good things. Imagine, like, people doing this amazing video game history research work, they can commission original research. I think that's incredible. And if you just chip in $5 right now, 10 folks in chat chip in $5. If I understand the chat that I am half reading while I'm trying to figure out if I need to go to Kaiser after the stream is done, you can help make that possible. I do not remember what I'm supposed to do in this segment. I have not played Half-Life 2 in a long time. I know there's some physics shenanigans here, but I can't remember what our solution is. Do we go into the building? I think we go into the building, right? Is that our... Oh my god, what's happening here? Oh my god. Do we go into the building? Is that the solution? Can I get in the building? No, I don't think I can. Huh, how do I... Okay, but it's clearly showing something there, right? Like we're supposed to turn off the electricity. Okay, but I don't remember how to do that, but it looks like it's connected to this room up here. I just don't know how to get up into that room is the issue. If anyone can... Oh, is it saw blade? Do we have to, like, cut the power somehow? Is that... Nope, I just embedded the saw blade in the window. Let's see, there's a switch. Okay, where is this switch? Let's see. Is it in this area? Okay. Realize it's a bit of a down point in the stream while we figure out how to solve. Oh, there's a zombie. Great, there's some action. Can get some more wrist strain in. Oh, ow, just forced my arm right into the desk. Right down to the desk. Oh, is it this? No, this is for gas, right? This will just turn the gas back on. That's not gonna do electricity. Okay, where? Oh, we did it? Oh, we hit, oh my god, we broke $8,000. Holy moly, people, congratulations. We broke $8,000 for ROMchip, even though I cannot figure out how to advance through this part in this 20-year-old video game. You know what? I'm just gonna do it. No, is that, can't do no clip? Okay, I don't know what the impulse is for doing that in Half-Life 2. Yeah, Falcon, the mouse that kills you. It's a great device. I want to keep playing this stage. What do we do? There's a switch somewhere. I've not been paying super close attention in chat. Is it in this area? I'm not sure. Let's break this explosive device and see what happens. Did that do anything? Oh, that's a big juicy action right there. Oh, where do we go? Isn't the thing to disable us up by the flaming lawn? Okay, well, I guess we are invincible, so I guess I can just walk through here. All right, thing to disable is up near the flaming lawn. Let's see. Just no problem. Just walk through the fire. Where are we? What are we looking for? Oh, is that it? Is that the? We turn the fire off, and that's. Oh, and then we go into the building. Okay, there we go. Apologies, I had a significant delay there trying to figure out what it was doing in there. All right, back to the chaos, back to, heavy, God. You do have to lift these things. You can't just, like, picking up this table, let's see. Oh, this is a heavy table. You gotta, like, lift this thing up to, oh my God, to move it. Do I have ammo for, okay, I only have pistol ammo now. Do I have submachine gun ammo? No, I'm out of submachine gun ammo, so just that. Oh, okay, I hate the crowbar for this. It's terrible. Oh my God. I can feel the stairs a little bit walking up those. Okay, there's our generator we can turn off. Great. All right, where's the controls in this thing? Give me a big red button. I'm a gamer. I like a big red button. Okay, it's up there, right? Do I have to jump up there? No, okay. Ooh, would you look at the recoil on hitting something? Oh my God. I keep saying, oh my God, that's really how I feel. Oh my God. Okay, so we're in here. It's gonna be in this generator. What do we hit? What do we interact with? Let's see. Not that. Yeah, walking into a wall is supposed to give you a subtle feedback, but if you walk at an angle, it just like totally messes with your controls. Okay, not here. Not here. Do I have to like knock down something here to get access to a? There's another area back. Is it? Well, that's where the wire goes. Okay, what else do we have to do here? I want to make sure we get back to the combat, but we have to solve puzzles to do that. I was not counting on puzzles today. Not even fun physics puzzles, just like puzzle. And this is a really lousy way to play a video game, by the way. This is really hard to control. Once I figured out the box thing, it made a little more sense, but this is not an ideal way to play any video game of any sort whatsoever. So not... Oh, there's a room down here. Oh, that's where we came through. Oh, which one did we come through? All right, we did not come through the furniture room. Okay, so it's in here. Good, we got it. I don't know what I'm getting, but it's not pleasant. All right, so up we go. We have to go into the window. We're almost there. We almost got this figured out. Get this thing out of the way. Where am I? What year is it? I said that twice already, but that really is my level of disorientation right now. Do not let go of this controller for any reason. It will just like buck out of hand. Okay, he's locked in there. There we go. All right. I can hear it. I can hear the electricity. There we go. We got it. We got it, folks. And oh, these things. I hate these things. Got him. Can we throw a? How much does an armoire? How's that? I can't pick. Can I pick it? Oh, that's oh my god, that's heavy. That is the heaviest thing I've ever held in my life. Let's see. Oh, I can't even throw it, right? Because it's incredibly heavy. Let's got these guys down. Then I'll show you how heavy that armoire is, just in a little better detail. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. No, you have to die. You have to die. You can't live. No one's living on the stream. Okay, so did you see how strong that was? Okay, to lift this thing up. Ah, that's okay. That's the amount of force. Watch this. That's how much force is on this thing. Oh my god. Good god, that is actually like difficult to lift. Holy moly. Okay, good news is we can just jump down and get out of here. I think we can. Yeah, can we? Yeah, just zap these guys. Good. Zap, zap, zap. Good. If I can aim at them, I can zap them. There we go. All right, we solved the. Oh no! Don't let go! Don't let go! Okay, we solved the electricity problem. Good. All right, going up a ladder. Going up another ladder. No force feedback from the ladder itself. It makes sense. It's really, you're just, even in the normal game, you're just kind of gliding across these things. Jump, okay. And then, no, that, okay, there was not as much force feedback from that shin-breaking fall as I expected there was going to be. Just normal levels. All right, make this jump. There we go.
Well done, brother.
Where are you at?
Make free use of my traps.
Oh, there he is.
Take care not to fall in them yourself. Behind you! In Ravenholm, you do well to be vigilant.
All right, so we jump down here. Is that the strat? The path we take? Oh my god, just look how much feedback I'm getting just from moving around a little bit on this terrain. It's hard to even just like keep your focus. Oh my god. I need to come up with a new thing to say, like good gravy or oh shucks or something. All right, let's throw this thing down. Let's blow some things up. Oh, this is heavy too. Got him. Oh, I can imagine some really interesting games being designed with this level of force in mind. They would be harmful. I think at that point we're getting into the territory of like Palmer Lucky's VR headset that kills you if you try to use it. Which in fairness, that sounds like any interaction with Palmer Lucky, but what can you do? Oh, what if we get crushed by the car? That'd be cool. Let's see. I don't think I can move fast enough to do that, unfortunately. I wanted to get the force feedback of this thing of being crushed to death, but I'm already kind of getting that. It's my fingers are what hurts, because my fingers are what's gripping this thing. Ow. Okay, get it back centered on the Falcon cam. All right, can we do this fast enough? Can we? All right, let's. Oh, didn't get it. Interesting, that interaction was not simulated. Okay, let's try it one more time. Oh! Ow! That like, you could feel an object land on you and push you, and push down. That was a really weird sensation, but it was, I felt a sudden inability to control myself normally. It was, can I get through here? No, screw it, okay. Well, it just goes up. Or can it? Can it come down? Oh, that's a really uncomfortable feeling. All right, one more time. One more time, let's do it. Once it's dangling back up, well, how much do I have to run back? Like this much. Okay, it's back where that poster is. Not sure I can do this, but let's see. All right, is it? Oh! You see how much that was whipping around? Ugh! This is a bad way to play this video game. I think maybe, oh, I have to write it up. That's right, puzzle, right. I think maybe the Falcon could be an interesting, in normal settings, it's still a lot. And I think it could be an interesting way to play this game in particular. But I think if you're dealing with this level of force, God, I feel nothing. When I just like move my hand, it's just like, it doesn't, like I need like repetitive pain to feel like I'm doing anything. When it's like a smooth control like this doesn't feel like anything anymore. I'm just desensitized to it.
Better and better. I am Father Grigori.
Hi, Father Grigori. We're gonna move on. Unless you're giving me the shotgun. No, you're not giving me the shotgun at this point. I can't remember when that is. Holy Moses. Loading room, loading room. Yeah, exactly. So that's, like, I think about that in relation to other controllers. The closest thing I can think to this is something like 3D Rumble on the Switch controller, which I mentioned earlier. It's interesting because I think we go through these periods where we keep, just the force when that thing pulls back and hits you. We go through these periods of wanting to like simulate reality in really extreme novel ways that just end up not being an interesting way to not even not interesting, but just like not a practical way to interact with the world. I think a lot about Laine Nooney, managing editor of ROMchip, a journal article they wrote. Actually, it wasn't a journal. Was it for The Verge? About computing and sort of, I'm not sure what word to use there, but like, you know, the fact that we have to contort ourselves into spaces to use laptops, for instance, how it's just kind of unnatural in the way we've kind of reshaped our idea of work, strain, and pain around that. And I liked Laine had a very good point just in talks they've given about,
I apologize. But no,
I don't know, the idea that like, where am I going with this? VR, one of the reasons maybe it hasn't caught on as strongly perhaps as it could is that it is a format that demands your time and attention in a way that is difficult to relate with, where it's like, when you play VR, you are in VR, you need your VR controllers, you cannot interact with anything else. Versus the input, computing ergonomics, thank you. It was for Vice, okay, RIP Vice. It's one of those things where it's, I don't know, the devices become to use like a gamepad, something that has all the inputs you need and you can set it down. And we found ways to build novel haptic into it in a normal, relatable way, like having Rumble in a controller. When you have these more novel applications like 3D Rumble, or like Abe Litter, who was here earlier, was telling me about there's someone who is trying to make force feedback controllers like this for gloves for VR purposes, which is the craziest idea I've heard in my life. But like, it didn't work as well because, you know, obviously you don't have like a giant metal arm controlling it, but also it's, you know, that really demands your time and attention in the way that the Novint Falcon does as well. And it's all in the name of, you know, immersion in giant air quotes. And I think, you know, we go through these phases, like looking at the Genesis, you had the controller for the Sega, not controller for Genesis, but you had that thing for the Sega Genesis that you strapped to your chest that was supposed to simulate getting punched in Mortal Kombat. And all it did was just like pipe the bass channel through a speaker. It wasn't, you know, really like a meaningful force feedback thing. Or like was it the U-Force or the Activator was that controller for the Sega where you like punch through like motion grids or whatever. In order to do things, where it's like people love this idea of immersion and sinking into this environment, and then it ends up being impractical. Like my relation to this, to connect this to the theme of today's stream, my relation to the Novint Falcon is when I was a kid, I was a tech booster, like absolutely. In middle school, high school, I thought the Novint Falcon was the future. I was convinced this thing was going to change the world, and now having used it, almost immediately after sitting down with this thing, I was like, oh, that's why it didn't catch on. It's like no one had any practical way to use this thing. It took up a ton of space on your desk. You had to reshape your entire desktop workflow around using this thing. And it like, you know, it ricochets and pulls your arm around and hurts your, I mean, obviously we're doing the extreme version of it, but you know, there's a lot of that built into this controller, which I think is difficult to, you know, like software your way out of. I think every use for this is inherently going to be novel in some way. And I don't know, I think it's interesting to think about that. I love the idea of thinking about, you know, I think about researchers like Rachel Simone Weil, who's done a lot of amazing research thinking about, oh, grenade, great. Thinking about like alternate futures for, you know, what could the game industry have been if it like purposely tried to target girls more instead of, young boys? Like that kind of alternate reality, I think, is an interesting thing to think about. And I wonder, what kind of games could have existed if we kept investing in Novint Falcon type technology, or it found adoption somehow. I don't think that future would have existed, but like, again, I think I mentioned that like Black Ops had support for this thing. Like what would, the state of like the Microsoft Activision merger, like what would that have looked like if Activision had kept pushing? Like what if Microsoft had acquired the Falcon and was putting out their own controllers like it, and then they owned Call of Duty and Warzone? What would we see coming out of that? What kind of unusual, in addition to like the indie games, like Nina Freeman playing stuff earlier, what interesting small games maybe developers would have existed with the Novint Falcon? Like, things, what would itch.io look like today if the Falcon was a thing that many people had in their homes, that you could get a Falcon 7 at this point? Like, I think that's fascinating. I don't know what that would look like. I'd love someone to produce research about that. And I think that could happen. Well, you know what? We blew past the $8,000 goal, but for your donations, that's what ROMchip is doing. ROMchip is helping produce high-quality research about video game history, exploring how exploring not just avenues of the history that was, but exploring technology, exploring unanswered questions. I think about, for instance, Whit Powell's work. I believe Whit Powell wrote an editorial in the first issue of ROMchip Journal, imagining trans futures for video game history, and imagining the works made by trans developers in the 80s and 90s and projecting those into the future. That's the kind of work that can be made possible through the work ROMchip is doing. I think too often we hear video game history, and with love to the community, I think it too often falls into the scope of, history is a list of things. Like, how many YouTube videos have you watched that are called, like, the history of Mario, and it's just kind of summarizing Mario games and then quoting a couple sources on Wikipedia? ROMchip supports the work of people who are professionally producing research and trying to figure out how it applies to the world, and then putting that, when you have academic journals, they often want it to intersect with, the stuff happening out in the research world, often in ways that I think often feels meaningless to lay people who are just, want to read something interesting and learn about stuff. ROMchip is a hybrid audience. ROMchip targets academia and folks who are trying to study things to cite them, but it also targets people who want to read one of these deep, insightful dives on history, without having, these sort of academic language you need to understand some of these articles. I think that's great. I think it's wonderful that ROMchip is doing that, and I'd love to see more journals in general about that. But the point is that ROMchip is putting out the research that I want to see into the world, and I think it's great. And the money we've raised today, I mean, even going into this stream, we've raised an additional, $5,000 on top of what we came into the stream with. That's great, and it shows there is demand for this stuff. I'd love to see a world where we have these sort of small, cooperatively owned groups that are producing and circulating and sharing this research for free, because you shouldn't have to have access to Elsevier in order to read quality research. I'm going to say, I don't know if the rating of the stream is, but fuck Elsevier. I think it's frustrating that we have these enormous paywalls to access things, that, we have groups like Elsevier, these multi-billion-dollar companies with the largest profit margins of any companies out there in the world, except for maybe Apple, that are charging authors $500 to publish their own works. I think it's absurd, and I think ROMchip is a model for the future. We keep wondering, people keep fretting over what's the future of open access if you can't charge, what about is free open access thing that's really possible? In the library world, you see a lot of conferences fretting about gold versus green open access and what that looks like. ROMchip is a great example. This is something that can be sourced by the community that cares about it. If you write for a broader audience, if you write about a thing people care about and want to learn more about, like video games or board games or the history of games in general, immersive games, I want you to commission Laura E. Hall to write an article about the history of immersive games and understanding the relationship between ARGs and things happening in Meow Wolf and how they intersect the video game world. That could be a great article. I'm just coming up with ideas as we're talking. There's so much you can explore that means so much to so many people, and people will support that. You don't need to have things run by massive multi-billion, multinational companies in order to produce research. It's ridiculous that the world of academic research has been co-opted by that industry and that libraries are forced to continue paying these folks to provide access to things. So ROMchip is a model model for what open access should be, and it's made possible through your support. This is my rant to say that I wrote an article about a Myst-like game called Comer, which is a very funny name for a video game, and it was supported by the work ROMchip did. And that article then got referenced in H-Bomber Guy's Tommy Tallarico video, which to me is the funniest thing on the earth. But this is a like 10 million view plus YouTube video that was referencing an academic journal. I think that's amazing, and that's the kind of reach ROMchip can have. My mother is very proud of that. I think everyone's mother should be proud of that. Even Tommy Tallarico's mother. I think that's fantastic. And this is happening with your support. Research is being produced, research is being shared. My wrist, oh my god, my arm. Now that I've taken it off, that is, holy shit, oh my god, that's painful. Oh, look at the, watch this. That is a shotgun reloading right there. Oh, my like, okay, what's the muscle that's like near your collarbone? It's not your tris, it's like your, I don't know what you call that, but it hurts real bad right now. If I try to move my arm, I am in physical pain. I am talking through this. I am going and speaking passionately about open access, but oh, I just died, okay. But by God, I am in great physical pain right now. I am shattered to pieces. Where am I? Where did I just fall into? I don't know, am I supposed to go that way? No, okay, I went backwards. We're back here now. Okay, you know what, do I have an earlier autosave? Yeah, let's just go back to that earlier autosave, because I don't know what the hell happened. That is 42 minutes, great. No, I know. I'm happy putting myself in pain. Listen, if there's another ROMchip fundraiser and someone finds a way to reconstruct a Dance Dance immolation, I will do it. Like, I love experiential history. I love the idea of, you know, writing about history not just in a theoretical way, but experiencing it firsthand. One of my favorite articles I wrote in the Obscuratory was a really short missive about Magnet Interactive, the multimedia company that made the Teresa Duncan CD-ROM games that have shaped so much of my life now. I'm gonna reload again. Their headquarters used to be in Washington, D.C. I went down to, and it was this really expensive, incredible loft space. And it's like, okay, that's how, you know, they were positioning themselves as this future media company, right? They were thinking about like,
Move on and I will meet you at the church.
There we go. You know, wanting to be this new massive, powerful media company. So they rented the space, like a fancy loft space that's now used as like a wedding or event space. And like, okay, that makes sense. They had this beautiful waterfront event space as their office because they would bring in VC people and show things off. Like, this makes a lot of sense. I wrote another article about a mountain climbing video game that was sponsored by Power Bar. And so to get the full experience, I went out and I bought some Power Bars and ate them while I played the game, and I didn't realize they had laxatives in them, and it was a terrible experience, and I wouldn't recommend doing it. I did an article a while back about a multiplayer game that I spun up some servers for. It was like this dead multiplayer game. I contacted the dev and got the dedicated server code for it, put it on the Internet Archive, segue into Jason Scott coming out later, and I hosted a game night, and a lot of folks came through. We got, I think, Play History, who's in chat, was there for that stream. Shadowhog, I don't know if you were too, but I know Play History was. And we just like reproduced, what would it be like to run this game today? Is it actually fun and interesting? I love that. So experiential history is great. I am willing to put myself through some very interesting, ridiculous things for the sake of history, this being one of them. When we're done, it's gonna be fun the minute after I stop this, seeing how badly I am in pain. It's very hard to tell, like, having my arm in this position. Yes, it was an FPS. It was a game called Control Monger. It was a free first-person shooter that was built into Xfire, which was like a proto-Discord program. It wasn't built into Xfire. It had built-in support for Xfire and proudly boasted their sponsorship. Yeah, you recorded. A lot of folks recorded that and put out videos. So we have multiple hours-long videos of people playing this now obsolete video game. I think that's a great way to. Oh, I love the feeling when it reloads. It's this continual application of greater pressure, and you can really feel the gear moving. It really feels like the pump on the shotgun. It's really cool. I wish you could feel it. Watch this. When I fire it, you can see it go like that. You can almost kind of, let me put the microphone up to you. You can, oh, gotta reload. One more time. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the worst position your hand can be in. What other position do you need to have like an armrest that's here, right? Like how are you supposed to hold this thing? To quote that weird guy in Fox News, this is anti-human technology. This was not designed for people to use. Or if it was, they weren't thinking about these problems, excuse me. I'm like spittling, I need some water. Can we get through here? No. Where do we go? Where do we go now? What's our next step? We have to here, no. Oh, it's really, I'm really putting all the strain on my upper arm. It's like my upper shoulder area is where I'm really feeling it. Cause I've been a little hunched over too, and so that's just taking the brunt of everything. Am I, oh, there's a plank here. Okay, I go up this way. MC Catfax is playing Hades 2 again. You can see it for yourself live on stream right there. MC Catfax is playing Hades 2. Shout out to MC Catfax, one of my best friends. She's amazing. Can't open that, okay. Oh, what else can I rant about? I want to talk about the amazing research Laine is doing. Let's talk about Laine for a second. Laine is great. Laine is writing a people's history of Sierra Online, which I am very excited about. Let's give her a round of applause real quick here for folks in chat. Laine got tenure recently, which means they are able to write their own, they can explore things, they can do research, they are not beholden to the publish or perish life cycle, so they can finally write their book about Roberta Williams, the queen of adventure games that we have been waiting for years and years now. Laine recently put in a book called The Apple II Age about how software relates to the microcomputer revolution and what the microcomputer revolution actually looked like in practice. Great book, wonderful stuff. And Laine has been building up all this research, interviewing folks who worked at Sierra Online, but not just interviewing Ken Williams and Roberta Williams, but interviewing employees, interviewing people who worked in HR and getting a better sense of what it actually meant to work in this small town of Oakhurst. There are a lot of books about Sierra out there. There's some really bad ones. We have some books in the Foundation's library that are it's 1,000 pages, and it's just a size 8 font list of every game Sierra ever published. And I get, oh, Kendra's in chat. Holy moly, Kendra's here too. Shout out to Kendra. I'll talk about Kendra in a second too. Kendra has nothing to do with ROMchip, but they fucking rule, so we'll talk about Kendra as well. But no, so Laine, I think your book 2 is the Sierra book, right? And I want to put words in your mouth. That seems like now that you have tenure, you're now free to write the Sierra monogram, right? So Kendra's here too. Let's talk about Kendra. Kendra is at Harvard Cyber Law. Kendra led the charge on the DMCA exemptions we've been trying to help get here at the Video Game History Foundation. Kendra is a badass and can hold her drink. These are things I learned at GDC. Wonderful person. Hang out with Kendra if you can. Just does great work. Amazing stuff. Hi, Kendra. Yeah, right, you can learn so much from, people work in manufacturing. I'm writing my Maxis book, and unfortunately we kind of fell out of touch, but I was in contact with the head of, manufacturing facilities at Maxis. I'm sure he had some really interesting insights, but it just didn't work out for practical reasons. That's great. And so, that's the kind of stuff ROMchip does too. One of my favorite articles, Laine, get the details right on this for me, but I believe it was an interview with a lawyer for Atari or for Nolan Bushnell that was talking about, working with him and Chuck E. Cheese and all that, and it's that's an amazing interview. Has anyone ever talked to that guy before? That's the kind of interviews that happen in ROMchip. It's not just another interview with, who's someone who is way over interviewed and overrepresented in video game history, right? Okay, I love David Crane. I will not bow down to David Crane as a person. I don't know how many more interviews with David Crane we need. even though he's a great dude. It's like, no, like ROMchip is producing, yeah, like Al Alcor or Nolan Bushnell. Yeah, like they've done a lot of great, great interviews. We've learned a lot about them. But ROMchip is doing the deep cuts. ROMchip is funding this kind of research. There's academics whose job is to do detailed research on these subjects, and ROMchip is giving them an outlet to professionally edit their articles and publish it on a platform known for high caliber video game history research. That's what you can contribute. Like, I think about the video game history books we have on the shelves, and like there are more places doing open access like MIT Press, but oftentimes these great books will cost you hundreds of dollars. Elena, who may still be in chat, wrote a great book about the early video game industry and sexism in the early video game industry and how that relates to company cultures. How much did that book cost? What does it cost to purchase that book now from the publisher? Because it's not free, it's not $20, it's academic book prices, right? So like ROMchip is giving that kind of quality research $90, yeah. ROMchip is giving that kind of quality research a home where anyone can read it, and that is something worth fighting for. That is something worth breaking your wrist over or messing up your shoulder so you're not going to be able to lift a box tomorrow for. I'm going in circles, I just realized. We're getting pretty close to my time. I know we want to have a segue time at like maybe 6:55, 6:56. So as we're finishing up here, yes, we got like about 5 minutes left. Get your $5 donos in. Your $5 donations make this possible. Every $5 that comes into this stream helps support their research for future years. It helps them maybe fund more articles or provide, like Laine, you've talked about things you dream of for ROMchip. The idea of funding research travel. That is something I always wanted to do at MagFest. I always wanted MagFest to fund a scholarship to, oh, that's heavy. Oh, that's really heavy. That's a really heavy object. Oh my god. I always wanted to like have MagFest pay a scholarship for somebody to yeah, the book is called Hot Tubs and Pac-Man, so yes, it certainly does cover Atari. To fund someone to do research at the Strong and then do a panel based on that research. Laine, you've mentioned the idea of doing similar grants as something ROMchip could do with like pie in the sky money. That'd be amazing. Like every $5 you donate goes toward producing that research and getting it to people who want to read it, who it matters to. This is the future of video game. Like, okay, when I talk about the future of video game stuff, oftentimes with us at the foundation, with the kind of stuff we're doing, building the digital library, building, working for these exemptions, we talk about this as the future of video game preservation. But this is the future of the study of video game history, is funding this kind of work. We're doing things like going out there and scanning people's collections and getting it accessible. ROMchip is the next piece in that pipeline. ROMchip is making stories out of that. ROMchip is exploring that content, getting it into the hands of people who know what it is and being able to work with it and do meaningful research with it. That's what ROMchip is supporting, and that's what you're supporting with your research. I don't know what's going on here, so here's what we're going to do. With the very little time we have left, I'm going to jump into the intro of Half-Life 2. I'm going to go to the famous pick up that can scene. I'm going to turn up everything to the max that we possibly can. And yeah, in addition to this pie in the sky stuff, every dollar pays writers, pays translators, pays copy editors. Laine has a great copy editor who has no idea what, they know what video games are, but like their editing helped me second guess jargon I was using. We're gonna crank this up now. I'm gonna give you a tour de force demo of the Falcon completely uninhibited. This is gonna be a heck of a time, folks.
Shine.
Oh my arm, holy Christ.
You have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest.
Yeah, I am deserving of a rest, G-Man. After that, oh my god.
Gone to waste until, well, let's just say your hour has come again.
Choo-choo, folks. Come on, $5 donation train for the G-Man. This is the kind of guy who would devise something like this. This looks like some kind of otherworldly torture device.
Can make all the difference in the world. So
I think I am the right man in the wrong place right now. No one should be here. No one should be doing this. You don't need a doctor. What I need is ibuprofen. So we are in the Video Game History Foundation shares our building with Digital Eclipse. And I'm pretty sure they have ibuprofen. When this is done, I'm gonna clean up my mess and then I'm gonna go get some ibuprofen. Okay, so watch this. When I just run into a wall. Just that's the amount of force feedback we're getting. Just walking around, that's the environmental oh, you hit a wall, you hit a wall, you hit another wall. Because what happens, slow-mo replay, you hit a wall, it bounces your controller to the right. When it bounces to the right, then you have a new left wall, and so you hit it again. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, G-Man isn't Combine. That's not his thing, but this does look like a Combine implement, right? Welcome to City 17. What happens when I land? Boom! Boom, landing from a jump. Alright, let's find that can to pick up. We go for the turnstile? That's, yeah. Oh, what's the turnstile gonna do?
My administration here.
Oh, okay, that's relatively uneventful.
Also thoughtfully provided by our benefit.
Alright.
I've been proud to call City
Alright, train's going, I'm glad. Let's find that can. Where's that? Okay, we have to go through processing, we gotta go through Barney's thing. What I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna get in line here real quick. I wanna show you uninhibited what this does if you just walk into a wall. Are you ready for this, chat? Are you ready for the full power of the Novint Falcon? I am going to press S and walk backwards.
Dr. Breen again? I was hoping I'd seen the last of him in City 14.
Okay, I hit a wall, so we were able to stop, but this is
base of operations.
Whoa, someone donated $420.69? Holy shit. Thank you all so much. Wow. That's incredible. That is going to directly support all this amazing research and all the work that ROMchip is doing. Oh my god, it's fantastic stuff. Thank you all so much for donating. This is great. This has been fantastic. That's right, a $420.69 donation. Watching me injure myself. We gotta get to the can. Can we get to the can by 9? Oh, Laine, I'm looking at chat. Do you want me to stop right now? Let me know when you want me to transition over back to you. I am ready to take a break whenever. I am in great physical distress right now. Every second I continue playing this game is taking like a week off of my inevitable surgery, like my ACL surgery. No, ACLs, what's the Tommy John surgery is what I'm gonna need afterwards, right? Like whatever Strasburg had to get that totally screwed up his first couple seasons. Like, I'm gonna need the Strasburg surgery. Okay, it is Pinata time. We're not gonna get to the can, it's gonna take so long. I guess to sum up what we just saw here today on stream, this is a hell of a thing. I guess what I have to say is, Novint Falcon, yes. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to put my camera back on so you can see me again. Give me a second here to switch back over. Oh my god, folks. Oh my god. That was a mistake. Everything aches. Oh my god. Back to you, Laine. I'll stick around here for a second, but back to you, Laine.
Oh, lordy. All right, Dave, you got to move these chairs. I got to move up this screen. Hold on a second, people.
What an odyssey.
I don't even know what I just watched. That was a tour de force.
I can't tell if Laine's muted or not. It might be misconfigured.
That was part art, part performance. That was unspeakable. That was also a masterclass in how the fuck you stream. Good lord. That was incredible. Can you hear me, man? Yeah, a tour de force feedback. That's right. That's right. So I'm gonna raise this camera up a little. So we did a thing that, man, I did not think when I came up with this harebrained scheme. Like, let's do a Twitch fundraiser that we would get to 8K, let alone within possible striking distance of 10K. But I did promise on Twitch, on Twitter yesterday, that if we got to 8K, I would break a pinata. There were 2 types of pinatas at the store. There was classic pony, and then there was this guy, epic birthday. So, Phil, I'm sorry everything hurts, but I'm real glad you did that. This is the rail that broke off of a dry erase board in my office. So, this is my weapon. And I have filled this with Twizzler Bites and Hyper Sour Myconikes, and if we get to 10,000, I'll eat that candy off the floor, okay? Okay, all right. Let's see. Oh, damn it, it did that thing. But it didn't break. You want to hold it? You sure you want me whacking this thing, Dave?
This is force feedback.
That's right. Are you in? Yeah. All right. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, cool. Great work, everybody. If in case I'm Laine Nooney. I'm the managing editor of ROMchip.
And covered in candy.
That's right, an open access. Ooh, a Twizzler. All right, an open access hybrid audience journal of video game history. You've seen a phenomenal presentation this past 2 hours about why video game history is valuable. I'm not exactly sure I still need to sell you on that. Again, we have broken our tier 1 goal of 6K. We have broken our tier 2 goal of 8K. And that means we'll either be able to translate a never before read piece into English, or that we will be able to commission an original essay from a journalist or kind of like freelance researcher. And if we were to get to 10K, we could do both those things. And Dave has promised that he would start a Discord. So, yeah. I also hear Jason Scott is somewhere in the wings waiting for me. I feel crazed. I feel like I just watched, a piece of performance art. And we are
Scott's here. Don't worry, Laine.
Oh, Daddy's home. That's good news. Okay. Your audio just cut out, Dad.
Oh, no, it's right here.
It's right here. It's right here.
Oh.
Can you tell me about these new glasses you procured?
Well, okay, here's the deal, right? We have been streaming, and I'm acting like I was here for the whole thing, for coming on 11 or 12 hours to do the right thing by ROMchip, and we blew past tier 1, we blew past tier 2, and it's time to go for tier 3, $10,000 for a newly independent ROMchip that is trying to fund itself, keep its ethics, keep its approach, stay away from paywalls, stay away from subscriptions, maybe even pay for projects and pay for what it's doing. So I was asked to bookend, be here for the beginning, did a little internet arcade, a little bit internet archive, and now I'm here to literally put you to bed. So I'll be doing some ASMR readings of some academic pieces, and we're going to be doing a little challenge in a little bit. But first, I've got to prove that I'm what you're looking for. So we're going to start out with just a few paragraphs here and there, and then I'm putting it out to the crowd here. We're at 8,540.69, and I'm going to be putting a challenge forward. If somebody out there wants to donate $500, I will read any non-obscene paragraph of text you want me to read, and I'll read it live on the air. I've got the background people working right now to keep an eye on that donation. When that happens, $500, I will read it. But until then, let's enjoy some of these fine works. I brought in some of the many different academic books that have been written by various people who have both direct and indirect affiliation with ROMchip, and including Replayed, which is all about Henry Lowood. Lowood and Guns did Debugging Game History, which is an overview, and of course the world famous Apple II Age, which I'll read something from to make it for your make the happiness for you. So
incredible. Everybody who is I don't want to interrupt you, Jason, especially that smooth voice.
So let's all get started with a little ASMR, and I'm ready I can go as long as needed. If people keep donating $500, I'll keep going as long as it goes. All right. So we'll just keep going until that calms down. Let's not worry about missing the deadline if that's going to happen. $500 is a big ask, but just a couple of those and we will get tier 3 and be done with this thing. Otherwise, feel free to donate $5, $10, whatever you want while I'm reading, and be able to help us get towards that goal the other way. All right, let's get going. Laine, just sit back and enjoy what's going on. Eat something hot and soupy, and I'll be right over here. So, hot and soupy. I'm going to get this microphone a little closer to my head, and I'm going to do it the old school way, I'm going to use 3 VHS tapes. All right. All right. Now we're really talking. All the time, forever. Maintenance, repair, and the broken world of video games with Logan Brown, Marina Fotolan, and Alexander Mirowski. Video games break down a lot. Sometimes it even seems like they break down more often than they work. We all know the feeling. Maybe your Xbox red rings right as you're approaching the final boss. Maybe you bought Cyberpunk 2077 on lunch day and spent your evening starting and restarting the program, trying to sidestep the game-breaking glitches long enough to get a proper glimpse of Night City. Or maybe your problem isn't obviously technical at all. Maybe you gave up on your favorite online game thanks to its broken, toxic community and insufficient moderation tools. No matter what it was probably attended by feelings of frustration, dismay, and even shock at this moment of eruption in which the agreed-upon socio-technical order, one governed by seamlessness, convenience, and invisibility, suddenly cracks, revealing the vast complexity of the web of people and machines that we call video games. Usually the disruption subsides and the game resumes. Somebody, somewhere, has performed some arcane ritual, restoring the system to order. But who fixes the system and how is immediately forgotten, if the player even gave that repairer a passing thought. That's from All the Time Forever, Maintenance, Repair, and Broken World of Video Games. That's in Volume 5, Number 1, July 2023, the maintenance issue of ROMchip, which you can read for free at romchip.org because they encourage people to come for free, read the articles, and enjoy them. Will Jason read a non-obscene word of my choice for $10? All right. Never let it be said I'm not negotiable. I'm sitting here talking $500. I'm sitting here talking about some high quality turnabout, some back scratching. But sure, $10. I'll go through anything for anyone. Go ahead. So yeah, donate $10 and I'll say a word to you in several readings. Let's move on to another great piece. I'm going to read from a little bit from this little book called The Apple IIh by Laine Nooney. Let's see. A century and 9 years later to the month, in October 2021, I stood on a small patch of that long ago purchased land, looking out at the... One moment. I am being given my own... There we go. Sorry. Laine, you were I can't hear you anymore, Laine, but I still love you. It's just, I'm not saying there's a technical problem. I'm saying it was giving me your own feedback. And I love the sound of my own voice, but not when it comes 1 second afterwards. A century and 9 years later to the month, on October 21, 2021, I stood on a small patch of that long ago purchased land, looking out at the 2.5-story red brick building that had once operated as the Marconi Hotel. This was hotel in the archaic sense, as a lodging house for the radio operators who manned the receiving station 24 hours a day. In the intervening years, this building and the ones surrounding it had lived many lives, commandeered by the U.S. Navy during World War I, serving as a summer resort for the Ku Klux Klan during the interwar period, and briefly home to a non-denominational Christian college, transforming into Camp Evans during World War II as the U.S. Army cannibalized the pre-existing telecommunications infrastructure and established the base as a national center for military reader and electronics research. Going to skip forward. I was accompanied and perhaps chaperoned on this adventure by Jason Scott, a former Unix systems administrator turned computer history documentarian turned internet celebrity cat owner turned resident Mad Hatter of the Internet Archive. The man largely, almost solely, responsible for coordinating the Internet Archive's extensive compilation of historical materials related to U.S. computing history, as well as emulated software from the 1970s and 1980s, a collection of materials to which this book is indebted for its very existence. Scott had driven me for over an hour out of Manhattan and down New Jersey's Garden State Parkway, spinning yarns most of the way about the endlessly convoluted tangle of personalities that constituted the formative history of the festival and its organizers. Together, we roamed the grounds more like gonzo ethnographers than actual participants. Scott, with his wiry beard and silhouette-defining top hat, stalked the event through the lens of his massive DSLR camera. I, clad in a neon green jumpsuit, one of the very few female-bodied people there, occupied myself by trying to soak up the grounds, running through and cutting across a Spartan array of vaguely similar buildings composed of seemingly identical hallways, doorways, and meeting rooms, occasionally converging at 90-degree turns, like some deeply uninspired Doom mod. We played an original Pong machine, lapped the elaborate holdings of the New Jersey Antique Radio Club's Radio Technology Museum, bought some actual 1970s computing convention t-shirts and vintage copies of Creative Computing, chatted with exhibitors, got bored, wandered off, climbed on tanks. Scott's phone blew up with texts the minute he came on campus. No one knew or particularly cared who I was. This is, by the way, a beautiful book. Again, this is The Apple II Age by Laine Nooney, How the Computer Became Personal. This is a book about the aspects of Apple II written from the point of view of somebody both within and without observing. Do we know what word I'm supposed to say? I don't see a word I'm supposed to say. Yeah. No word. I don't see a word yet. Don't offer $10 and then come through. I'm looking at 8,540.69. 2 glorious paragraphs went by and nothing's there. Well, I guess we're just going to have to keep pushing it up. Now, guess we're going to have to go to the big guns. I'm going to read a little bit from LAN Party by Merritt K, which is a photograph book about LAN parties, literally what you expect it to be. Pictures of LAN parties. Now, you can't have an academic book about LAN parties that's primarily photographs without expecting a block of text in the background. So let's get a little bit over to the introduction. This is the introduction to LAN Party. Please donate. You can see the donation link, donate.romchip.org. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing this. Let's see if I've driven away enough people. What do we got for how many people we got? 48 viewers. Wow. I'm really holding some of the numbers. Let's go. Let's go. Today, it is trivially easy to play games on a computer with one's friends over the internet. I can log onto a game like Fortnite, party up with a squad, and chat in either the game's built-in voice protocol or use some other service like Discord and be in a game within minutes. I can do this from my computer, a game console, or even my phone. But before the wide availability of high-speed internet, things were more complicated. In the 1990s and early 2000s, three-dimensional graphics in video games were becoming more and more complex. Titles like 1998's Half-Life pushed games in more cinematic directions, with lighting and textures that went beyond anything released even a few years earlier. Other first-person shooters, like Counter-Strike, itself originally a mod for Half-Life, an Unreal Tournament, built on the work of earlier titles like Doom, Wolfenstein 3D, and Duke Nukem 3D. Many of these titles were designed for multiplayer action. However, like typically low network speeds of the period meant that these games, unlike slower paced and less graphically intensive strategy games, were nearly unplayable over an internet connection. In this moment, in which communications technology was being outpaced by graphical power, the LAN party was born. The term itself conjures up strong sensory memories for those who were there. Sweaty bodies packed into a basement or convention hall, a dozen CPUs noticeably warming the space, the heft of a CRT monitor being maneuvered into position. For those on the outside, these were scenes of incomprehension or ridicule. But for those who were there, the LAN party was a singular event, a defining social occasion of the early 21st century. It represented the last gasps of the isolated gamer stereotype, ushering in an age in which gaming was not only mainstream, but a social networked activity. Let's go forward in this piece of work to a little more written. We often would have 6 to 10 people attend our LAN parties, what we called video game tournaments, because the term LAN party didn't exist as far as we knew at the time. We knew absolutely nobody else doing this. Thank you, Keith Kaisershot, for donating $10 to ROMchip. Keith, tell me, what word am I saying? One of our friends worked for the government and had got, out of the dumpster at work, a pile of old, obsolete network cards, the type that use a BNC RF connector on the back. Steve dug up drivers for these cards and installed them onto anyone's computer who showed up. The deal was, bring $1 and Steve will give you a network card and install it for you. The network was rigged up with WW2 surplus coax cable that I bought at a hamfest. We needed long lengths of coax to cover the entire house, which was filled with desktop PCs and CRT monitors, 486 and Pentium computers of different types. We spent quite literally half to 3/4 of the time just setting up and keeping the network alive. It was high maintenance, but when it worked, it was amazing. Please say, Cadewapple. Say it one more time for your ringtone. Cadewapple. How's that? Let me know if you need it pronounced a different way. Anytime you give me words to say, I will say those words if you put the pronunciation in the chat. That's right, people. That feedback loop is real. $10 gets me to say a word. $500 and I will read a paragraph from a URL that you give me. I mean, is there a world in which that's not going to be amazing for you? Come on, folks. What's funny in hindsight is that we were entirely unaware of other people doing the same thing, meeting up, connecting their PCs, playing the same games. This was pre-internet, and we weren't in a big city, so we pretty much were in a bubble. It felt like we were the first and only ones to come up with the concept. Consequently, we didn't use the same name for us. It was always a Doom session, and we still called it that long after learning that it had become a thing under a different name. Some of the guys, including myself, left the town after high school. The timing is a bit different in the German system, so we were about 19 years old at the time. And at some point, the parties just stopped. While I'm still playing games regularly, decades later, I've never gotten into online multiplayer in any capacity. I guess it just wouldn't be the same thing. Doing so, we have a taker at $150. I'm quite happy to do that. Person who has donated $150, and we will verify that, feel free to give me a URL of a paragraph, and I will read that paragraph. Please do not make it obscene or actionable, but otherwise, anything. I mean, bear in mind, when I say that it can't be obscene, it doesn't mean it can't be erotic. Just do your best not to make it something that would feel uncomfortable playing for your family. So, we're at 855069. So let's go for it. Anybody who does that? Otherwise, I will keep reading passages after I'm told. I have the chat open to the staff so that we can let me know when I'll be doing my next bit. Thank you to everyone for sticking around. This is the ROMchip Journal fundraiser, and I'm Jason Scott. I am at textfiles.com. I work for archive.org, and I have training as a radio host. I was a radio host in college, and I have a podcast, and I do a whole bunch of other things. So I'm quite comfortable doing cold readings. And I do want to point out, these are all cold readings, which means it's possible for me to trip on a word, but it's nothing personal. It's just part of the process. I also want to point out that this borderline romantic lighting that I'm in is not particularly well designed for clear and present reading. You'll notice that it's rotating. But I'm going to keep going. Let's find a little something here from Debugging Game History by Henry Lowood and Rayford Gunz. All right, let's go find something. Let's find something spicy in here. What do we got? And again, let's see. Excellent. Spicy court filing readings would be very interesting. So is somebody handing me? I just want to know before I'll go into another paragraph, unless we have the $150 donation racked up. Oh, okay. I'm going to read, and then I will do the 150. For thousands of years, games have helped players pass the time, settle arguments, and have fun. For the past 50 years, playful creative work has proliferated. The entertainment games industry has exploded in popularity. Contemporary computer games often make the news, in part due to debatable associations between video games and violence. But journalists often forget that games have always had an important role to play across cultures. Games function to abstract situations, conflicts, relationships, challenges, and transforms them into something that can be won or lost. In other words, games model complex systems and imply or provide a form of resolution. Games, through their fundamental element rules, are microcosms of the human condition, and they help us reflect on strategies, incentives, and rewards. That's from Mary Flanagan, Game Art, inside of Debugging Gaming History, a critical lexicon, edited by Henry Lowood and Rayford Gunz. Whisper some subtitles. Do you want to hear your choice of content? Please, nothing obscene. Out of the dulcet tones of the one and only Jason Scott. Donate $500 to donate.romchip.org with your reading selection in the message, and Jason will stop what he's doing and read your passage immediately. I'm available to read basically anything. It's not hard, and it's really enjoyable, and it's for an amazing cause. We are at 8,700.69, and we are shooting for $10,000 to wrap up the night. We are halfway through my hour, which we've set aside. Let's close it. Let's close this with something truly amazing. As Phil says, this finally helped me realize Jason is the Star Trek TNGQ of the archives world. I'm a little bit of everything, Phil. I'm going to have a sore voice. You've got a sore hand. I'm going to have a sore voice. This turnaround time on the funding, I hope it's not that hard to find a link of something worth having me. Link, come on. You can't leave me hanging like this. Here's a little book called Arcade Game Typography. This is a book of actual different video games and the fonts used in the video games, which means what did you WhatsApp? Page 2, second paragraph. Are you giving me? You just gave me a. What are you doing to me, Phil? Copy link address. I refuse to believe this is going to work. Let's try it though. Yeah, it's angry. Phil, what kind of chicanery is this, my friend? Let's I am literally trying. People are waiting to hear my dulcet tones. And oh my goodness. I'm ready to read this second paragraph. I am fascinated. Can I say there we go. Well, still didn't work, but at least it did the whole thing, which is nice. But oh my goodness. Well, again, I want to make this clear. I'll stay as long as it takes. Whoever donates, I will absolutely stay as long as it takes while we work this out. There's no situation where you're going to miss out. Let me do a quick reading from the history, or I should say arcade game typography. I'm giving you one more to, okay. All right, my friend. All right. So, page 2, second paragraph. Is that ESA and its member companies, Phil? Please let us know in the chat. Page 2, paragraph 2. ESA and its member companies. There's a small delay between various bits. All right, let's light this candle. ESA and its member companies are committed to and actively support serious professional efforts to preserve video games and recognize the industry's creative contributions under circumstances that do not jeopardize game companies' rights under copyright law. For example, ESA members regularly donate game copies and gaming hardware to preservation organizations and support museum exhibitions featuring games. However, the industry's innovation and economic activity depends on strong copyright protection for the software and other creative works that are its lifeblood. Thus, ESA member companies have a strong interest in maintaining effective copyright protection, including protection against circumvention of technologies that control access to copyrighted video game software, where such circumvention is undertaken in circumstances that would lead to the unauthorized public exploitation of games. I hope that was worth your donation. If anybody else thinks it's worth the donation, please feel free to donate. Also, feel free to throw more money at other things you want. I'll read from other parts of the of this banger document if you want. Is there anything in here that like really lets loose? Let's see. ESA is deeply concerned that some eligible organizations might actively seek to provide a collection of playable games accessible to anyone with an internet connection who is prepared to profess an interest in, quote, private study, scholarship, teaching, or research. This is not a hypothetical concern. The Internet Archive is an established organization that provides online access to a vast collection of materials of various types. It presumably would take the position that it is an eligible preservation organization, as described in 37 CFR 20140B17 4E. However, it has been adjudicated as an infringer. Let's see what else we got. Moreover, the proposed regulation is not an exemption only for the libraries at Harvard, Yale, and Stanford. The proposed exemption would be available to every public library or school library in America. The American Library Association supports such organizations providing access to games. And SPN LCA have proposed eliminating one of the most significant limitations on organizational eligibility, the requirement to have a physical premises at which access is provided, meaning that a wide range of organizations, including providers of purely online services, could circumvent TPMs to allow remote gameplay with little or no supervision. SPN LCA have made no effort to show that these organizations are all inclined to apply or capable of applying the same level of restriction that SPN LCA I've always mispronounced this word, that SPN LCA members like Harvard, Yale, and Stanford have said they would apply if the permissive regulatory language was adopted. Le choc, la destruction, la sadness, la triste. Why? Why must we have open games available to everyone? Think of the absolute deleterious capitalist-free landscape full of old games not sold for 20 or 30 years, available instantly for study and research. This nightmare, this living nightmare, cannot continue. So we are so close, so close. We are sitting at 8,704. If we hit 10,000, we hit tier 3. May I recommend the third bullet on page 5? Well, you know, people have been recommending bullets for me for a long time, Kendra. So sure, let's go see what we got here. The proposed regulation does not even set out to ensure that preserved games would, quote, be used solely for education or research purposes as the register contemplated in 2021, but instead includes a primary purpose test expressly approving 49% usage for recreational purposes. The members of SPN-LCA may be well-intentioned professionals who only seek to advance legitimate research and educational purposes. But what matters is what the regulation says, because that regulation will be available to every qualifying organization and not just the members of SPN-LCA. Thus, as in the 2021 proceeding, analysis of the SPN-LCA proposal must take into account the full scope of usage permitted by the proposed regulation, including the possibility that the proposal would transform the exemption that would prevent one directed at preserving games in playable condition to enable research and study to an exemption that would permit unauthorized persons to provide an online arcade available to the public. Taking such usage into account leads to the same conclusion as in the 2021 proceeding, that the use that would be enabled by the broader exemption is not a fair use. Side note, the point of the entire proceeding is to talk about expansions in varying degrees beyond fair use. It is literally a hearing about addendums to the standard unnegotiable fair use usages. They are saying this negotiation that will allow us to expand beyond fair use is an expansion beyond fair use. Truly beautiful. Snapman has made a $200 request and has given me something to read from the most robust of sources, a paste bin. All right, let's do this. This one's for you, Snapman. This, by the way, puts us within a hair's breadth of $9,000 and therefore within the area of 10. So please, folks, continue to do it. For Snapman. Hello, welcome to the wonderful world of Click and Play. During the next few minutes, I'm going to show you how easy it is to create your own game, just using the simple but extremely powerful tools that come with Click and Play. I'll show you how to select the backdrop from the many that are available to you, covering a wide variety of different locations that you can use for your games, how to introduce into the scene the different characters that will play your game, and how to bring them to life. And then I'll also show you how you can create your own unique characters with Click and Play's ready-to-use drawing and painting tools. And we can see how you can use photographs of your own family, your friends, your pets, and make them into stars of a personal game movie that you'll want to play again and again. But this is only scratching the surface of the many possibilities that come with Click and Play. You'll soon be so quick at creating a simple game that you'll want to delve much further into the heart of Click and Play and discover even more ways of harnessing the incredible power of this remarkable program. You'll be able to produce your own complex, sophisticated, and multi-level games, similar to the ones that you usually buy for your PC. Until now, creating a game meant writing miles of complicated code using a language that only an experienced programmer can understand. It looks something like this. But while those professional games took many months to write using complicated computer programming, you'll be able to turn them out in a fraction of the time without knowing the first thing about conventional programming techniques. Who knows? With Click and Play, you might even create a game that's so original it'll stand comparison with the best computer games and join classics like Pac-Man and Tetris that over the years have become milestones in the history of computer gaming. The demand for games is increasing all the time. Many PC users, like you, have found that there's lots of money to be made by taking up this fascinating hobby. So if you come up with an idea for an original and addictive game, Click and Play could well be your passport to a fortune. But however you use Click and Play, I know you'll have lots and lots of fun. So happy game creating. But now let's create a simple game using Click and Play. And remember, all you need to use is your mouse. That's a reading for Snapman, who asked to have me read that. Paid $200 for that privilege. If you have something that you wish to throw something at, throw it on in. Snapman's had to sit in for a lot of my gameplay over the years. So thanks again, Snapman. We are so close to $9,000. So throw in 100, 200, 300, 500, or 1,000. We can put this to bed. I can literally put this to bed. And here's another advantage. The next one who donates it, they are going to see me doing it in this beautiful Pac-Man blanket, which I am now wrapping around myself. There we go. So now I have this beautiful piece of art. Look at this. People are getting tired. They want this to end. They're waiting for their moment. Now, if we don't get anybody in another couple seconds who's donating, I will read some other chosen things. I'm quite comfortable doing that, but I would love to see more. We're trying to put this to bed, folks. It has been an incredible day. We've had an incredible set of people who Laine will thank doing the work, and we've had all of these visitors. Patrick and Stephanie, thank you for donating $150 to ROMchip. We are now over 9,000. I guess we want that reading. It's over 9,000! Okay, we've got that one for your ringtone. Patrick and Stephanie, please alert the team as to what you want me to read. I'm quite comfortable reading pretty much anything. What an interesting thing to have me read. I guess you want me to read the whole thing. Let me read as best I can. Oh, they wish to just have the poem. Okay. All right. I will now be reading, at the request of Patrick and Stephanie, Ode to Waliji by Sam Daly. Buckle up, kids. O purple mustached clever Waluigi, thou art such a genius when it is thy time to attack Mario and Luigi. How thou attach springs to thy shoes, know I not. Why dost thou not only have thy own video fame? Art thou enraged that thou dost not have one? Why dost thou fight the Mario brothers? Thou art negative and wicked when shooting fireballs at thy green plumber, thy foe. Why art thou always cranky? Art thy purple knickers in a knot? Perchance Alvin Earthworm annoyed thou with his YouTube video. Why art thou so tall and slim? Perhaps a power flower fell in your mouth when thou wast a baby. Why dost thou wear a purple suit? I like thy violet outfit for its unique hue. Shouldst thy brother Wario and thou fight so repeatedly? Is Bowser the Dragon Turtle your fiendish companion? I dost wonder what it would be like to be friends with Bowser and thou. Dost thou own the vicious Petey Piranha flower? Dost thou like the kind Princess Peach? If thou couldst own a Yoshi, wouldst thou? Thou art so sly and crafty, our slippery Waluigi. Dost thou fight Gino the Explorer dangerously? Why art thou not in Super Smash Brothers Brawl? Why art thou not in Super Smash Brothers Brawl? Perchance thou art sad for being excluded from that rough game? Why art thou so nimble when thou escape the police? Thy symbol is an upside-down L. Oh, thou art sneaky, secretive, and tricky, mine own Waluigi. You too can have me read something out of this world, like the Ode to Waluigi by Sam Daly, read as it were from Patrick and Stephanie, provided to get us so close. We are now 90% of the way to hitting the third dreamed of third tier for today. This is the third and last tier. We are trying to raise $10,000 one day. One day. One huge and beautiful day that has had a whole plethora of guests, figures themselves, academics, readers, Jason Scott's, whole bunch of people who have done readings and played games for you and provided you with entertainment of all sorts. We had John Romero playing a level of Doom and chatting while doing it. We have had overviews of action games that are long forgotten, and we have played games spanning much of the history of at least console and other games. Anybody else who wants to throw some in, let's do it. Are we getting anybody? I'm looking at the chat. Boom, boom, boom. No, so I will just have to read from another place. I am going to read from the internet. Is ROMchip just for the history of digital games? Not at all. We take the ROM and ROMchip as expressive of both technical and metaphorical approaches to history, a journal that is an outpouring of read-only memory. ROMchip welcomes any and all submissions related to the history of analog games, and especially any writing that engages tabletop games, sports, and other play forms through the methods and debates of the more recent digital game history. ROMchip has a couple different categories of content. What's the best fit for my work? As part of ROMchip's mission to create a hybrid audience venue, we've organized our content to be responsive to a varied readership. Depending on your professional background, expertise, and experience with different types of historical writing, we hope your interests will find a home at ROMchip. Did we get another donation? Oh my goodness. Who donated? Do I give them a shout out, or are they going to doing enough? So it was you. All right. We got an internal donation from inside. We got an inside job. So when you hear this one was an inside job. Do you have a particular paragraph you want me to read from? Abstract and introduction. One mantra of the IETF is, we are not the protocol police. However, to ensure that protocols are implemented and deployed in full compliance with the IETF standards, it is important to set up a body that is responsible for assessing and enforcing correct protocol behavior. This document formally establishes the protocol police. It defines the body and sets out what aspects of IETF protocols they will police. This document acts as a point of reference for networking engineers, law enforcement officials, government representatives, and others. It also provides advice on how to report issues to the protocol police. Introduction. IETF participants are often confronted with circumstances where developers or deployers choose to not obey the sacrosanct words of the RFC. This can lead to outcomes that are widely agreed to be unexpected, unwarranted, or undesirable. Some are of the opinion that the IETF participants should come to a consensus and declare what protocol behavior is unacceptable, and that the maintainers and developers of non-compliant protocols should be chastised. Others, especially working group chairs, non-gracefully fall back on the undocumented mantra, we are not the protocol police. Understandably, this has led to confusion about who should make judgments about proper interpretation of protocol specification. This document formally establishes the protocol police, hitherto undocumented at the IETF. It defines the body and sets out what aspects of the IETF protocols they will police. This document acts as a point of reference for networking engineers, law enforcement officials, government representatives, and others. It also provides advice on how to report issues to the protocol police. The protocol police, as defined in this document, are responsible for enforcing all IETF standards and best practices. For the first time in IETF history, words like shall and may are used in this document in their real and enforceable sense. When more than one person says we are not the protocol police, at least one of them is not telling the truth. The protocol police love company and are never alone. We are not the protocol police. You are. You are not the protocol police. We are. Now we're sitting here at 9,204. We are so close to this ending here. We are at 9,204 and 20 cents. We are technically 92% of the way there. That's super, super close. Now, if people here donate whatever they want, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go for what you want to donate. If you want to do that last 8% all in one fell swoop, if somebody does this, I'm happy optionally to read whatever you're reading sans shirt. That's right. We can get ourselves a red lit sans shirt reading, $800. If you don't believe in something, why even go halfway? That $800 donation could be the final bit. Do you want to appear in Ars Technica tomorrow? Do you want to be on the front page of Vice Media? Do you want to be one of the first stories people read on Hacker News? Consider an $800 donation about a shirtless historian reading a wildly inappropriate set of code, commentary, or protocol into a microphone. Will ROMchip forever be known as the shirtless academic organization? No. I think it'll be a 10 days wonder. I think by next Thursday, I think it'll be pretty straightforward. But I think somebody out there is like, I could be buying something meaningful for my family. But what about that dopamine rush? Now, we could keep it simple, $400, 2 people doing it. Again, happy to read whatever you want to put in front of me. The reason I say non-obscene is just, could get in trouble. Yeah, I mean, we're talking 2 Novint Falcons, or is it 1 Novint Falcon? I actually don't know if it costs 800 or 400. I'm kind of excited about where this is going to go. So wait a minute, $800 gets you 1 Falcon? Oh my goodness. That is an expensive, wasteful way to spend money. Do you know what's much less wasteful? There are 42 people on this channel right now. This could be history in the make. I would love to see somebody go for this. Again, if somebody wants to throw $100, $200 for a reading, I'm happy to do it. Otherwise, I will find something to read. I'm looking to see if there's any awesome reviews. Well, I'm not going to cause any dead air. Let's get ourselves another fine book. Here's a book called Game Not Over. This is a book about games that never came out, games that never existed. And of course, games that came out but didn't last for very long. And of course, the staff will let me know. Folks, we are 2 minutes away from the official end time of this. Do you want me to go out? You could go out listening to me reading about the Virtual Boy. or somebody could stun us with an end of round mega donation of the final amount to push them to tier 3. I believe I believe that we end up with, let's see. I wanted to read out what's in tier 3. Actually, I'm going to read all 3. Again, I'm going to sit here and read what these 3 tiers are, saying which ones they are, and then I'm going to end it with a sad note, how the 3rd tier was not achieved because people were both so afraid of a shirtless Jason Scott reading a paragraph of their choice. A life lived in fear is a life half lived. That's all I'm saying. Tier 1, $6,000. Our Tier 1 goal of $6,000 allows us to keep doing what we do best, soliciting, reviewing, editing, and publishing the best original historical content we can find. This money covers all of our standard operating expenses, platform fees, business compliance, and administrative costs, as well as our biggest single expense, our incredible, hardworking copy editor, Mary. Tier achieved! We are at $6,000. Tier 1 is achieved. We are going to have ROMchip for this next year, able to do their own floated boat, thanks to your generous donations. Tier 2, $8,000. Our tier 2 goal of $8,000 covers all of our basic expenses while supporting us in taking on new challenges. If we achieve our tier 2 goal, we'll unlock one of the following 2 opportunities of growth. 1, bring a never before translated game, historical work of our choosing into English, or 2, commission an original short essay from a freelance writer. Tier 2 achieved. We achieved tier 2 at $8,000. We have achieved tier 2. So here we are, folks, as we're getting down literally to the wire. Literally to the wire. And I want to point out, of course, that if, may I say when, you wake up regretful tomorrow, the door will still be open for you to donate to ROMchip. There'll be a way for you to donate to ROMchip in the future, but it won't have the majesty, the grandeur, the glory, the royalty, the feeling of being part of a greater whole that you will get tonight. Tier 3, $10,000. Our Tier 3 goal of $10,000 covers all of our basic expenses and allows us to stretch farther than ever before. We will be able to commit to 2 Tier 2 goals. We will bring a never before translated game, historical work of our choosing into English, and commission an original short essay from a freelance journalist. Your funds directly support hardworking writers and translators. Plus, they'll launch a ROMchip Discord server. With less time spent worrying about funding, we can spend more time connecting with our readers. That's right, folks. The ROMchip Discord server is sitting in your hands. This is your chance to be able to bring communication. So many spicy memes, so many academic in-jokes, so many copy-pasted weirdo commentaries about obscure video game history subjects there first before they slowly filter down out into the general street. You will see a meme about something of an academic nature and be like, saw it 2 weeks ago on the ROMchip Discord server. Oh, I'm sorry. You haven't been there? I'm sorry. I guess you haven't heard of it. But you'll be able to take yourself to that level. This is what I'm saying. I think we, I'm just about ready to call it, Laine. I'm just about ready to say, okay, I guess we're just gonna have to thank the brave folks who emptied their pockets, who brought their pieces out, especially the pre-donators who helped us get to basically halfway of the first tier before we even put out a frame of this live stream. So thanks to all those people for that leap of faith. Thank you so much to the people who have given their big donations that we've gotten over this whole period of time. We are, the work you have all done, that has been amazing to have you all sit in here. We have had, you'll figure out the numbers later, but it's hundreds of people, right? I mean, it's hundreds of people who are in there.
Hey, Jason, I'm here with you now.
Wonderful. You got to be careful because the way this thing works, our voices are insane. It's nice to see you, Laine.
It's good to see you too, Jason.
I'm going to mute and I'm going to let you go.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to disappear, but I'm going to let you talk. I'm going to say, here you go. I'm not going to talk over you.
It is not enough balloons. You are correct, Phil. They stopped sticking to the ceiling, so I stopped blowing them up. You know what? We didn't get to that 10K, but who cares? We got 92% of the way there. That was, I did not fathom that would happen. And I have so much thanks to everyone who has been in this chat, been in this stream. Jason, you opened this, you closed this. I decided not to punish you by trying to get you to read the lesbian poem Femme Fatale by Susan Cain. But anyway, that's for another night. You know, tonight, let's just celebrate ROMchip. 92% of our third tier goal. I think we're gonna get a Discord anyway. Everybody, this is like so much more than I ever thought was gonna happen. This is so incredible. I'm gonna go to my script because I'm just like, oh my god, what do I say? I forgot to write closing statements. Yeah, you know. So first off, like, at the top, we're going to thank our industry donor, Local Number 12. They were one of our really early donors. They helped get us momentum. They make the metagame and Apple Arcade. Then we have all of our friends who got early donor perks. Those were folks who donated in advance of this stream. So those folks are Kendra Albert, Netta Alexander, Shauna T. Bryant, Nolan Filter, Maxwell Foxman, Curtis Fry, Michael Guerin, Drew H., Carly Kasaric, Matthew McComber, Andrew Malloy, Will Parton, Chris Persaud, Liz Petrick, Yannick Rachat, Kay Savitz, and Spiff Snaps. A lot of those folks we've seen here also again today. This has been incredible. There would be no stream, no ROMchip charity stream, without Cody Wilson, our technical director, and Consor, our talent coordinator. These two have been incredible behind the scenes, handling every goof, every error, every audio drop with absolute aplomb, talent, consideration, and care. And then I want to thank all of our streamers. I'll get to you last, Jason, but from Rami to Phil, Nicole, Kashana, who else? Then there was Nina and Pat, Phil, and Jason. You are such a tremendous support. Thank you so much for being here. I love that you pulled out the heart-shaped glasses. I somehow knew those were for me. Everyone, thank you for making this is such an incredible night. For making this like our first ever effort at this such a success. I mean, yeah, I let me just say, like, I want huge, big things for this journal, scholarships and, money to help people go to do archival research. And I just want to turn this into the place where game history happens and happens in a real way. So thank you. Oh yes, the Romeros, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that like absolutely incredible stream by John Romero for Doom 2. I'm very tired. Apologies for that oversight. Everyone here has been absolutely tremendous. I'll answer any question you want. But yeah, I don't actually know how these end. You know, they just wind down slightly. We need like a little pat back on the mod synth to wind us out. Thank you.
The way these always end is to say thanks to everyone. Thanks to you, Laine. Congratulations on tenure. You have pushed off any celebration on that to focus on where it counts, working on the real thing on this stuff. And I'm looking forward to the next issues of ROMchip that come out that we're going to see because of stuff like this. This was the first fundraiser, and you came to 92% of your third tier goal. So I'm going to call that a win.
I think that's a huge win. We started this. I didn't even know if we'd get to tier 1. I thought that was a long shot. And I have never fundraised before. I've certainly never done anything like this on Twitch before. So this was a huge success. And the reason it was a success is because of this community, right? People are so passionate about this stuff. I think academia doesn't even get it, like how much potential there is in this community. And I just can't wait to be here and see where we take this next.
Perfect. Remember to follow ROMchip Journal both on this channel and on all the different social networks and pieces that ROMchip has. Be sure to subscribe to keep track of everything that's going on with that. Do not forget about that. Big thank you to the 34 viewers who are closing us out and to the hundreds of people who stopped by during the day. And you're all wonderful. We'll be dreaming of you tonight.
Good night and God bless. And good game or something.
GG.
GG.